According to ancient stories, the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer were the ancestors of all divine spirits. The various divine spirits only appeared after these two, followed by the primordial era and the glorious days when divine spirits ruled the universe. During that era, all sorts of different divine spirits were found throughout the 3,000 worlds. It was a pity that a brutal war that went on for millennia caused the extinction of many divine spirit clans. Today, only a handful of divine spirits remained, and many of those divine spirits that managed to survive were on the verge of disappearing. The undeniable fact was that divine spirits were incredibly powerful, and every mature divine spirit was equivalent to a seventh-order open heaven realm master at least. What's more, all they needed to do was constantly refine their bloodline, and their strength would increase until one day they stood on par with ninth-order old ancestors, if not higher. However, according to the information Xianxia received from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, the rumor about them being the first ancestors was made up. Since they first gained sentience, the only matter that had concerned them was deciding who was the elder sibling. Moreover, Yang and Yin were counteracting forces, so how could they produce so many divine spirits? The only real joint creation of these two supreme beings was when Xianxia used the great sun and moon marks to fuse their power to create purifying light, which was the most effective method the humans currently had to restrain black ink strength. Before purifying light appeared, the only thing that could restrain black ink strength was the power of divine spirits. Of course, the divine spirits' power wasn't as effective as purifying light, but it was still far better than what mere humans were capable of. Ancestral strength from the divine spirit ancestral land was particularly good at this and could be thought of as a purer, stronger version of the divine spirit's power. At the end of the early ancient era, a black ink giant spirit god was suppressed and sealed in the demon sealing land by the dragon emperor and phoenix empress of that generation with the help of the sacred treasures from 16 powerful divine spirit clans and more than half of the ancestral strength of the ancestral land. After so many years, even the black ink strength inside that black ink giant spirit god had been continuously ground away by the ancestral strength. When Xianxia opened the demon sealing land back then, the black ink giant spirit god was only an empty husk. If Mo's soul clone hadn't been injected into the dead black ink giant spirit god, it would have been impossible for it to be revived. The primordial light was the opposite of the initial darkness, and both the burning light and serene glimmer were separated from it. That was why the combination of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's strength could perfectly counter black ink strength. If that were true though, why could the divine spirits also resist black ink strength? Did the divine spirits really have no connection with the primordial light? Now, the divine spirits were on the brink of extinction, and there weren't many of them still alive. Only a few divine spirit clans were left, but even they were no longer as glorious as they were during the primordial era. However, the divine spirit ancestral land endured, so even if Big Sister Lan didn't suggest this to Xianxia, he was already preparing to head over there as he might find some clues. The Shattered Heaven was the land of exile in the 3,000 worlds. It was where the wicked gathered, so there had been all sorts of characters living there in the past. Back then, those Open Heaven Realm Masters who wanted to break through to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, but weren't from any cave heaven and paradise would head to the Shattered Heaven. That was because even the cave heavens and paradises couldn't control that place. They could peacefully break through to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm without having to worry about being besieged by the masters from the cave heavens and paradises. Of course, looking back now, the cave heavens and paradises did have the ability to wipe clean and control the Shattered Heaven. They simply chose not to because the world needed a place to hide its dirty and dark secrets. Even though the 3,000 worlds was a vast and endless place, it couldn't be entirely clean. Order and chaos were like light and dark, impossible to exist on their own. Everything had a positive and negative side, and both sides relied on each other to survive. Deep inside the Shattered Heaven was the Divine Ability Sea, which was placed there by great experts near the end of the early ancient era to surround the divine spirit ancestral land. It was a natural barrier and also an invisible cage. At this moment, Xianxia was standing outside the Divine Ability Sea and could see a huge, safe passageway that led straight to the divine spirit ancestral land. This pathway was obviously the one the black ink giant spirit god opened when it emerged from the ancestral land. This made things easy for Xianxia as he didn't need to deal with the divine ability see now. Taking one step after another, Xianxia strode forward, and with the help of space principles, each step carried him 100,000 kilometers further. Soon, Xianxia passed through that pathway and arrived at the ancestral land. The ancestral land was a vast world that was filled with an ancient aura. If one were to say the myriad monsters world had barely managed to retain the aura of the early ancient era, the divine spirit ancestral land could be said to have perfectly preserved the primordial era's environment without the slightest change. Counting this trip as well, Xianxia had visited the divine spirit ancestral land 3 times. The first time was when Cheng chased him here. He was escaping with a female 7th Order master named Xiaolin Lang, and they accidentally barged into this place. Perhaps it was because he had a dragon clan bloodline that he was able to arrive here alive as, back then, Xianxia was only a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm master. The second time was when he came to prevent an 8th Order Black Ink disciple from reviving the Black Ink giant spirit god. Unfortunately, he was too late and was forced to personally kill a respected senior, Luan. Then, he personally witnessed the revival of the Black Ink giant spirit god. That Black Ink giant spirit god was the one that charged out of the demon sealing land to the ancestral land and then out through the shattered heaven before arriving at the barren territory battlefield. This was Xianxia's 3rd visit to this place. During his first visit, though he had a potent dragon vein, he wasn't a pureblood dragon clan member. During the second visit, all his focus had been on the Black Ink giant spirit god, so he didn't have any spare attention to investigate this place. But this time, he could feel a natural sense of comfort and closeness when he arrived here. It felt like he had returned home from a long journey and ran back into his mother's arms. His dragon blood was surging inside him, and he couldn't help wanting to let out a dragon roar to vent his feelings. Although he was born a human, the current Xianxia could be fundamentally considered a pure-blooded dragon, so he had a natural feeling of belonging with this land. However, Xianxia soon frowned. It was because this place was occupied by many black ink nests of all sizes, most of them low rank but 3 of them mid-rank. There were no high-rank ones, fortunately. All the high-rank black ink nests were placed at the no-return pass and were guarded by the only remaining royal lord. Despite having already known that the ancestral land wouldn't remain unaffected by the war, Xianxia still felt enraged when he witnessed this scene. It felt as though thieves had overrun his home, and not only did they steal his belongings, but they even took his home for themselves. How could Xianxia endure this? These thieves wanted to take over the ancestral land, but it seemed like they weren't very successful because in any universe world outside, 1 low-rank black ink nest would be enough to cover it in black ink strength, turning it into the black ink clan's territory. But here, even though all the black ink nests were pumping out black ink strength, the area they managed to cover was quite limited. 1 low-rank black ink nest could only cover about a 100-kilometer radius with black ink strength, and the further away from the black ink nest, the thinner the black ink strength became. The mid-rank black ink nests were stronger, but even they could only cover about a 10,000-kilometer radius. While such distances were not small, compared to the billions upon billions of kilometers diameter of the ancestral land, it was actually quite insignificant. It seemed like there was an invisible force restraining the black ink strength from spreading. Obviously, it was the ancestral strength which could restrain and even dissolve black ink strength. Though it wasn't as effective as purifying light, with the vast ancestral land supporting the ancestral strength, it could uninterruptedly resist the corruption and spread of black ink strength without much difficulty even after a couple of millennia. Judging from the scene before him, Xianxia became even more certain that the divine spirits had some link to the primordial light. It was because of the ancestral land's resistance that so many black ink nests had appeared here. Otherwise, why would the Black Ink clan arrange their black ink nest in such a way? A human! A shocked and puzzled voice sounded. Xianxia lowered his head to look in the direction of the voice and saw a feudal lord looking up at him from one of the low-rank black ink nests. Since Xianxia didn't hide himself, the feudal lord immediately discovered him when he entered the range of the ancestral land. When their 4 eyes suddenly met, the feudal lord was certain that the other party was a human. He immediately grinned and revealed a vicious smile before bellowing, "Kill him! Where did this human come from? How insolent of him to appear here." The Black Ink clan had been occupying this vast land for many years, but had never seen any humans come over. After all, this place was too far from the Great Territory battlefields while also very close to the Black Ink battlefield, so even hunters wouldn't easily venture this deep into their territory. In this place, the Black Ink clan didn't live a comfortable life because some kind of mysterious energy was suppressing their Black Ink strength and preventing it from spreading. If they had a choice, the Black Ink clan here would rather fight on the battlefield than remain here. Previously, there were territory lords that had tried to destroy this vast land, but even when an innate territory lord used all his strength to bombard its surface, much of their strength would dissipate before it even struck the ground, which made it impossible to do any real damage. Unfortunately for them, their progress was still very slow despite their long years of effort. Now that a human had appeared here, it naturally stimulated the feudal lord's predatory instincts. He thought of capturing this human and turning him into a Black Ink disciple to be commanded at will. Once the feudal lord gave the order, numerous Black Ink clansmen from the surrounding 100-kilometer radius charged over, including some feudal lords. Those feudal lords didn't have their own Black Ink nest and could only obey the feudal lord who gave out the order. Instantly, Black Ink's strength surged, and a dense stream of figures flew at Xianxia, swiftly surrounding him. That first feudal lord stood above his Black Ink nest and watched this scene with interest, but suddenly, he had a bad feeling and frowned as he noticed that the other party was behaving a little too calmly. Moreover, he couldn't sense this human's cultivation. Once that thought flashed across the feudal lord's mind, a burst of light suddenly appeared in the middle of the encirclement. Following that, every Black Ink clansman that went over froze in place like they were struck by lightning. Then, the sound of spurting fresh blood sounded, and all at once, every Black Ink clansman, no matter their strength, fell to pieces, literally. The feudal lord's pupils contracted as he turned around to retreat towards his Black Ink nest without hesitation. When the human attacked, the feudal lord immediately sensed his cultivation. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although the feudal lord didn't know why this human came here, he knew this wasn't someone he could mess with. However, just as he turned around, an oppressive force appeared above him. This pressure was like a mountain, rendering him immobile. He barely managed to raise his head to see a palm coming down on him, followed by complete darkness. Then, he didn't know what had happened next. In the sky, Xianxia slowly withdrew his palm. A large palm print had appeared on the ground, and not only did it crush the feudal lord, but also the Black Ink nest below him was smashed to pieces. That movement wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Soon, even more Black Ink clansmen were attracted by the noise. Inside the area covered by the Black Ink nests, numerous Black Ink clansmen were alerted by the movement and came over to investigate. When they discovered Xianxia's aura, they immediately became excited. Their lives in this vast land were too bitter and boring as there was nothing to do but resist the suppression of the strange force. It was unheard of for a human to barge in here, so how could the Black Ink clansmen's violent desires not be stimulated? Soon, numerous Black Ink clansmen arrived from all directions. Xianxia laughed out loud. Very good. If these Black Ink clansmen didn't take the initiative to attack, Xianxia couldn't start a killing spree because of the agreement between the two races. Back in Azure Sun territory, it was also those 3 territory lords who struck first, justifying him to kill them. Facing the incoming Black Ink clansmen, Xianxia charged forward. Instantly, Xianxia was like a tiger in a herd of sheep, utterly unstoppable. Though he was surrounded by countless Black Ink clansmen with Black Ink strength surging everywhere, none of them was his match. In a blink of an eye, Xianxia had moved thousands of kilometers away from his original spot, and unleashed a reign of terror in his wake, destroying low-rank Black Ink nests and leaving fresh corpses. Although Xianxia didn't exert too much of his strength, he could still kill these Black Ink clansmen with a single punch or palm. He was almost at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, and the strongest among these Black Ink clansmen were feudal lords, so how could they hope to stop him? To put it bluntly, Xianxia could ruthlessly kill all these Black Ink clansmen with a single sweep of his dragon breath. The huge difference between their strength was not something these Black Ink clansmen could make up for with numbers alone. A loud roar suddenly came from the distance. Xianxia, stop! Xianxia was instantly frustrated. Did my identity get exposed so quickly? It wasn't because Xianxia didn't take care to hide his strength. but that the Black Ink clan had been tracking him. Before this, he had been visiting one great territory after another in search of the primordial light. He didn't even leave out the universe worlds taken over by the Black Ink clan and personally went over to investigate each and every one of them. Could be said that the Black Ink clan knew his whereabouts at all times because everywhere he went, the Black Ink clan in that territory would use their black ink nests to report it as soon as possible. This meant that it was only after Xianxia entered the chaotic dead territory that the Black Ink clan lost track of him. The Black Ink clan seemed to know that he had been searching for something recently, but they had no idea what it was. Also, orders had been passed down from the no-return pass saying that the Black Ink clan was not to interfere no matter what Xianxia did. History had proven that if not provoked, Xianxia would maintain the agreement, so the best option was to just let him be. All the Black Ink clansmen in all of the great territories had received these orders. So many who were overseeing each great territory were on edge, afraid that Xianxia would suddenly appear in their territory and lash out. Of course, the ancestral land had received the order from the royal lord as well. Everything happened so suddenly that the feudal lords didn't have much time to think about it. But how could the territory lord overseeing this place not know what was going on? When he sensed the eruption of battle, he immediately used his divine sense to scan the place and realized Xianxia had come. There were 3 mid-rank black ink nests in the divine spirit ancestral land, so 3 innate territory lords had been dispatched here to act as supervisors. The territory lord who just spoke up was a black-faced individual that seemed to resemble a human at first glance, but he was taller and much bulkier than a human. However, some masters were skilled in body tempering amongst the humans and had figures that weren't much worse than this territory lord's. Since those Black Ink clansmen and Black Ink nests killed and destroyed by Xianxia were all under his jurisdiction, he was naturally furious and called out. But Xianxia didn't seem like he was going to stand down. So the territory lord became even more furious and threw out a punch from afar while roaring, "I said stop!" Xianxia's palm slammed down again and destroyed another low-rank black ink nest before he faced the punch coming from afar without any intention of dodging and accepted it. Instantly, his body trembled, and a shimmer of light appeared across his body. He wasn't the slightest bit injured by the attack. He then turned his head to look at the black-faced territory lord charging at him and asked, "Did you just attack me?" Both of Xianxia's eyes lit up as a trace of cunning flashed in their depths, making him seem overjoyed. The black-faced territory lord was beyond furious at first, but when he met those eyes, he couldn't help but be reminded of what happened in Azure Sun territory. He silently cursed himself for letting his anger take over and cause this situation. Hurriedly stopping, the territory lord stammered, "It wasn't me. I didn't." Since the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, this territory lord had been ordered to oversee the divine spirit ancestral land and used Black Ink strength to corrupt this piece of land, so he had not battled a human race master in several millennia. However, with the use of his Black Ink nest, he could still gather information from battlefields without having to leave this place. There were quite a lot of masters amongst the humans, and there were even a few that were stronger than innate territory lords, but no matter how strong, all humans had their limits except for one who defied all reason. During these recent years, a single 8th Order master named Xianxia undoubtedly shone the brightest. From what this territory lord heard from the no-return pass, Xianxia had gone to the no-return pass alone, killed several territory lords, and destroyed many high-rank black ink nests before escaping from the pursuit of the royal lord. Later, news came from profound nether territory, saying that the number of territory lords killed directly or indirectly by Xianxia had reached over 30. News that came from the Acacia territory said that 10 territory lords had worked together to besiege Xianxia, but 7 of them died while in the end, Xianxia and the over 10,000 human refugees mysteriously escaped. Fortunately, after Xianxia returned to profound nether territory, he made peace with the territory lords there, allowing them to finally breathe a sigh of relief. 300 years later, Xianxia appeared in Twin Poles territory and killed 4 innate territory lords in a single battle, forcing the Black Ink clan there to retreat to their camps in panic. The Black Ink clan didn't dare to come out and were even forced to take the initiative to offer peace. In the subsequent peace talks, the Black Ink clan established numerous restrictions on Xianxia and finally restrained the humans' most terrifying killing star. During the 1,700 years after that, There were no signs of the killing star on the battlefields, so the territory lords didn't have to be on edge anymore because the black ink disciples they corrupted occasionally all confirmed that Xianxia had been in retreat all this time. Once those 1,700 years were up though, Xianxia exited his retreat and instantly killed 3 acquired territory lords in Azure Sun territory. Later, no territory lord dared to challenge him as he was allowed to wander around freely. Following that, Xianxia began his long journey, until this day when he appeared in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. Despite the fact that the black-faced territory lord hadn't fought with a human master in many centuries, he knew that he wasn't this killing star's opponent. Amongst all innate territory lords, his strength only ranked somewhere in the middle, and he personally knew several territory lords who were stronger than him that had died at Xianxia's hands. If those territory lords had died, would he be able to survive if Xianxia attacked him? He attacked in a moment of anger and didn't consider the situation too seriously. Moreover, his attack from a distance had only been intended to get Xianxia's attention and stop him from killing more of his subordinates. Therefore, Xianxia only had to dodge slightly to not get hit by that punch. The reason Xianxia didn't dodge was not that he couldn't, but that he didn't want to. Those 3 acquired territory lords from the Azure Sun territory died because they had no eyes and accidentally offended this killing star. I have also offended him today. The black-faced territory lord instantly felt chills enveloping his whole figure. You dare to attack me? Good, very good. Then I'll attack you too. Xianxia had a wicked grin as he raised his large fist and acted like an angry child who stubbornly wanted revenge. This time I can finally have a good battle. I've been in retreat for so many years and, regrettably, I have no way of testing out my current strength. Those 3 acquired territory lords in the Azure Sun territory were only the appetizers. If I want to test out my full strength, I have to find an innate territory lord, but none of them have dared to challenge me so far. The black-faced territory lord immediately turned around and ran without intending to fight Xianxia. A black ink cloud rolled in and encased the territory lord's figure while he screamed frantically, "Save me!" He was naturally screaming towards the other 2 territory lords overseeing this place. Those 2 had also swept over the moment they sensed the fallout, but they had frozen in place after hearing the black-faced territory lord screaming Xianxia's name. Most territory lords weren't that fearless. In fact, many feared death greatly, so if they could stay out of this mess, they were more than happy to do so. Accept 3 of my moves. If you can survive, I will let you off. Refuse, and no one can save you today. Xianxia's voice was like a gust of cold wind blowing from the depths of hell, making that territory lord shiver even more. However, besides being terrified, the territory lord also felt a sense of hope. If it's just 3 attacks, I might be able to resist them. After all, I'm still an innate territory lord, so of course, I'm not weak. No matter how powerful this killing star is, he's being too arrogant. Thinking so, the black-faced territory lord decisively stopped, and his voice echoed from inside the black ink cloud. Really? The territory lord knew he couldn't escape because, according to rumors, Xianxia had astonishing attainments in the Tao of space and was unmatched when it came to fleeing and chasing. Therefore, trying to outrun this human was impossible. Also, it wasn't realistic to hope that the other 2 territory lords would come to his aid because they were trying to stay out of this situation. Otherwise, they would have come forward and helped him long ago. His only hope now was that Xianxia meant what he said. Xianxia approached the black-faced territory lord while speaking slowly. I can even keep the promise I made with the Black Ink clan, so what's there for you to worry about? That made sense. Although this killing star had caused the Black Ink clan to suffer a huge loss, he had integrity. Since they made peace, he had never voluntarily broken the agreement. He only attacked those territory lords in Azure Sun territory because they attacked him first. The Black Ink clan couldn't complain about him acting in self-defense. Deal. The black-faced territory lord gritted his teeth and accepted the challenge. He had 3 attacks to decide his fate, and he didn't believe that he would be that useless. All sorts of intel on Xianxia appeared in his mind, and he immediately used his divine sense to protect his soul. This guy has a special artifact that can injure others without them noticing. Amongst all those territory lords Xianxia killed, Many of them were killed because of that special artifact. Therefore, the black-faced territory lord felt that his soul was the most important thing to protect. If it were 2,000 years ago, the territory lord's decision would have been a smart one, but now that Xianxia's strength had increased significantly, and he was itching to test the extent of his power, he naturally wouldn't be using the soul-rending thorn. The black-faced territory lord was only giving himself false hope when he used his divine sense to protect his soul. In the divine spirit ancestral land, there were several helpless and furious black ink clansmen looking upwards, watching as one of their territory lords was about to resist 3 moves from Xianxia to decide his fate. The Black Ink clan felt helpless because they weren't strong enough and couldn't interfere in this matter. When Xianxia killed those Black Ink clansmen just now, he showcased such great strength that the feudal lords here knew they couldn't compete with him. As for why they were furious, that was because even though Xianxia's reputation resounded throughout the 3,000 worlds, it was far too arrogant of him to say that he would let an innate territory lord live if he resisted 3 attacks from him. No matter how strong Xianxia was, wanting to kill an innate territory lord in 3 moves was too presumptuous. The other 2 territory lords were also watching nervously while their divine senses flickered as they silently conversed with each other. According to their understanding of the black-faced territory lord, they estimated the probability of him still being alive after 3 attacks was quite high. Like the black-faced territory lord, they thought that since they were innate territory lords, they could withstand 3 attacks no matter how strong Xianxia was. They confidently believed that they could return to their black ink nests to recuperate as long as they didn't die on the spot. However, despite their silent conversation, they didn't intend to interfere with this matter, as they didn't want to draw fire to themselves. Even if they banded together now to face Xianxia, the chances that they would all then die were extremely high. Immediately after the black-faced territory lord protected his soul, the black ink cloud around him expanded to a 1,000-kilometer radius. While the black ink cloud hid the territory lord's aura, it also moved towards Xianxia. The territory lord wanted to seize the initiative to attack. As an innate territory lord, he had his own principles and pride. Therefore, he couldn't sit back and wait for his doom when facing such an aggressive enemy. He understood that, in battle, the one who attacked first had the advantage. The dense black ink cloud spanning 1,000 kilometers in all directions was enough to confuse any enemy's senses. Moreover, this was a black ink cloud condensed by an innate territory lord, so if Xianxia wanted to kill him, he would have to dive into the black ink cloud first. With a bold strike from the territory lord, the distance between them quickly decreased. Inside the black ink cloud, the black-faced territory lord was still guarding against Xianxia's mysterious soul attack, but all he saw was Xianxia stomping 1 foot forward hard before squatting slightly. Both his hands were clenched into fists that were placed on either side of his waist, with his left fist forward and right fist curled back. It was just an ordinary stance one took before making the most standard of punches. However, no matter how ordinary this stance was, it still had great power when it was executed by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. More importantly, the 8th Order Master before him right now was the publicly acknowledged strongest of them all. Instantly, the entire atmosphere in the ancestral land changed. It was like the world itself had transformed into an ancient ominous beast, making every inch of the space dangerous and filled with murderous intent. The Black Ink clansmen below instantly felt chills as though there was a sword hanging above their heads, ready to drop at any moment. On the other hand, the 2 innate territory lords watching from afar stiffened as their expression turned stern. At that moment, they suddenly had a terrifying feeling as though a vicious beast was eyeing them, and any sudden movements would lead it to strike. And all of this was just from the residual power Xianxia was giving off. They found it hard to imagine how much pressure the black-faced territory lord was currently facing, as he was the actual target of Xianxia's wrath. They previously felt there was a high chance their black-faced companion would make it out of this duel alive, but they were quickly losing confidence in that prediction. As for the black-faced territory lord himself, he was currently feeling a sense of unparalleled crisis. Even though he was hiding inside a huge black ink cloud while constantly changing his position, that feeling didn't fade in the slightest. Refusing to just stand there waiting for death, he exerted more power and used a secret technique to instantly triple his speed. It was at that moment that Xianxia finally moved. His right fist slowly moved forward, seemingly pushing through unbearable resistance as he thrust it forward. As his fists continued to slowly extend out, space itself seemed to compress layer upon layer. When Yang Kai's fist finally fully extended, the entire world rumbled in response. The 1,000 kilometers wide black ink cloud that was charging at him abruptly stopped just 100,000 kilometers away from him. The originally fiercely roiling black ink cloud instantly froze and became perfectly still, as if a rushing river had suddenly turned to ice. Even the tiniest of waves were frozen in place. "Hey!" At that moment, Yang Kai let out a low growl. That growl was like a trigger as the ice exploded, and the 1,000-kilometer black ink cloud was instantly shattered into wisps of black mist that revealed the black-faced territory lord hidden inside. In fact, it wasn't the black ink cloud dissipating, but rather the space which encompassed it fragmenting. That was because the strength coming out of Yang Kai's fist was filled with incredibly dense space principles. Like the broken fragments of a smashed mirror, many pieces of the void brushed past the black-faced territory lord's body, leaving all sorts of deep cuts on him. He was just fortunate that he possessed incredible strength and durability, or else he would have been cut into pieces by the void cracks then and there. Even if he did keep his life, though, he was as haggard as could be. Looking into Yang Kai's eyes across the gap between them, the black-faced territory lord was filled with terror and reluctance. Unleashing a fierce roar, he tried to break free of the space principle's entanglement, but like a mortal caught in a swamp, the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Forget charging out to meet Yang Kai, just moving forward at all proved almost impossible. Yang Kai drew back his right fist with a calm expression. At the same time, he thrust his left fist out. But this time, his left fist moved extremely fast. So fast that even the other two territory lords who were watching closely couldn't tell just how this punch was delivered. While they were still in a daze, the punch was already sent out. Their hearts were already stuck in their throats after witnessing how frightening the power of the previous fist was. They didn't know what this punch could do. However, from what they saw, this fist seemed extremely ordinary, as though Yang Kai hadn't even exerted half as much strength as before. What's more, the black-faced territory lord didn't appear to have suffered any further injury. But soon they discovered something was wrong. When Yang Kai delivered his first blow, the black-faced territory lord was still pushing his strength wildly despite the awkward situation because he was desperately trying to defend himself. With his innate territory lord strength, it wouldn't be hard for him to break free of his current situation. With just 1 or 2 breaths of time, he could escape from the shattered space. However, Yang Kai clearly wasn't going to give him that chance. During a battle between masters, life and death could be decided in the blink of an eye, let alone 1 or 2 breaths. After the second fist attack was delivered, the black-faced territory lord stiffened in place and stopped moving altogether. A multicolored river of light seemed to have appeared in a flash as time constantly warped in the local space. Ha! Yang Kai released a guttural shout. Success! Yang Kai stood up straight and unclenched his fists, placing one on his dantian as he exhaled lightly. The Tao of Time and the Tao of Space were the most powerful grand Taos he mastered and were also the most mysterious and unpredictable. With his almost peak 8th order open heaven realm strength, using these 2 grand Taos had become even easier for him. Back at the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, Yang Kai had reaped many benefits but was unable to completely digest them. If the 3-attack challenge hadn't restricted that black-faced territory lord, he wouldn't have been in such a haggard state. Yang Kai was sure that in a battle with no constraints, he could kill this territory lord in 10 moves, but by goading his opponent into a duel of sorts, Yang Kai managed to release all his strength at his target without having to worry about other distractions. Though it seemed like a good plan, it was actually quite foolish. Moreover, this was the Divine Spirit ancestral land. Yang Kai was now a pureblood dragon clan member and an extremely powerful ancient dragon. In this place, every divine spirit was protected and favored by the world itself. The previous 2 punches he delivered not only housed his own strength but also received a boost from this land. Just like how Yang Kai could borrow the Star Boundaries power to defend against enemies stronger than himself, he could also borrow the ancestral strength in the ancestral land. Therefore, that black-faced territory lord could not withstand 2 attacks. Taking advantage of the terrain and the opponent's mental state was perfectly normal in battle. The black-faced territory lord only had himself to blame for being unlucky. As the space had been frozen and the time had been distorted, anyone who barged inside here would feel their minds become stagnant and their bodies become stiff. However, Xianxia was an exception. Using space and time principles to capture an innate territory lord was still a difficult task, as all innate territory lords could easily escape the interference caused by these 2 strengths and restore their freedom in short order. However, the space-time strength Xianxia used to warp both space and time all at once was far more difficult to resist and break free from. Therefore, despite being an innate territory lord, getting out of this trap would require much effort and time on his part. Xianxia raised his finger and slowly pointed it at the territory lord's forehead. Merc. Before the black-faced territory lord finished his first word, Xianxia's finger had already touched his forehead. The territory lord felt his head tremble violently, and when Xianxia withdrew his finger, there was a blood-red hole in the territory lord's forehead. His eyes quickly dimmed and black ink strength leaked out of the hole, but was quickly trapped by the surrounding space-time strength and was unable to disperse. Meanwhile, Xianxia's expression looked calm, even somewhat bored, as he felt that this territory lord had lost before he could really experiment with his new strength. The 2 territory lords watching from afar were now feeling like someone had pulled their souls from their bodies. Their knowledge of Xianxia came from the intel they received from elsewhere, so they only knew he had killed quite a lot of territory lords by relying on a special soul-type artifact. As such, there would always be slight spiritual energy fluctuation every time he attacked. But this time, they didn't sense Xianxia using any kind of soul-type attack. He only used 2 seemingly ordinary punches to easily incapacitate an innate territory lord who was just about as powerful as they were on the spot, before casually walking over and executing him with a poke to the forehead. This human was far stronger than those reports described. Such a strong human master was the Black Ink clan's greatest misfortune. Once the 2 races started their final conflict in the future, there was no telling how many Black Ink clansmen would die at this human's hands. I'll give you a cup of tea's time to scram. Otherwise, this king doesn't mind none of you ever leaving here. Xianxia glanced over and ordered. Once he said those words, the Black Ink clansmen, who were still in a state of shock, became frantic and immediately sped off. Even the 2 territory lords shivered and quickly flew towards their Black Ink nests. Ordinary Black Ink clansmen could easily leave this place, but they couldn't because their Black Ink nests were still here. If they lost their Black Ink nests, they wouldn't have a place to recuperate after being wounded. Moreover, each mid-rank Black Ink nest was extremely important to the Black Ink clan. The feudal lords with low-rank Black Ink nests had similar thoughts. At that moment, Xianxia roared, "Everything in the ancestral land is mine. You dare try to take my things away?" With a loud clap of thunder, the feudal lords who were trying to remove their Black Ink nests abruptly halted. The 2 territory lords exchanged bitter looks as they felt unresigned. Still, they knew they couldn't take their Black Ink nests away now. Soon, all the Black Ink clansmen in the ancestral land had curried away, leaving only their Black Ink nests of various sizes behind. Even after leaving the ancestral land, the Black Ink clan didn't dare to stop, as they were afraid the Killing Star might suddenly chase after and slaughter them ruthlessly. Under the 2 innate territory lords' lead, the Black Ink clansmen ran for their lives. In the meantime, Xianxia floated above the ancestral land, silently feeling the land's slight changes. If he were to say that the feeling he had when arriving at the ancestral land was like coming home, now he felt like this world had given him a trace of recognition. Was it because he chased away the Black Ink clan who came here and committed such outrage? Xianxia didn't know the answer, but the feeling of being recognized by the ancestral land didn't seem false. With his current 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation and the dragon vein from his 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon form, he could feel even the subtlest change in the world around him. Suppose that the ancestral land was a matriarch, and all the divine spirits were her children. This land had nurtured generation after generation of divine spirits from the primordial era to now. Therefore, the ancestral land had many, many children. When the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, even the ancestral land couldn't escape their grasp. So the divine spirits were forced out, leaving the ancestral land, their matriarch, alone and without anyone to rely on. The Black Ink clan, who moved into the ancestral land, were the ruthless invaders of this land. They hatched numerous black ink nests here, trying to turn this place that had been here since ancient times into their territory. Perhaps they could even crack the secret behind why the divine spirits could resist black ink's strength and find a solution in time. As the old and lonely matriarch couldn't stop them on her own, she could only silently resist. That was until Xianxia came and chased all the Black Ink clan away. Like any universe world, the ancestral land had its own will and acknowledged Xianxia's actions. Xianxia wasn't a true pureblood. He started out as an ordinary human, but was lucky to gain the golden divine dragon source through an opportunity in his youth. Coincidentally, that golden divine dragon source originally belonged to the third-generation dragon emperor. After so many years of constantly refining his bloodline and cultivating in the dragon pool, Xianxia had managed to purify his bloodline and become a real member of the dragon clan. Now, he also had the right to enter his name in the dragon tome. However, Xianxia was still nothing more than an adopted son to the ancestral land. In comparison to her biological children, Xianxia naturally wouldn't be given as much attention and favor. It was the same with humans. Even if their children were good for nothing, they were still their blood-related children. What Xianxia did today successfully helped him move closer towards the biological son level from the adopted son level. This period was when the ancestral land was at its loneliest and most helpless. Even the divine spirits found it hard to do anything. But Xianxia, the adopted son, came and chased away all the invaders. That was why Xianxia immediately felt the slight change between this land and himself after he drove out the Black Ink clan. He felt as though this land was more affectionate to him, and there was even the feeling of the omnipresent ancestral strength entering his body. Such a feeling made Xianxia raise an eyebrow. The one who nurtured numerous divine spirits. I guess matriarch would be a fitting way to address it. I wonder if she really exists. If chasing away the Black Ink clan could cause such a change, what about removing all the Black Ink nests and dispelling all the Black Ink strength? Xianxia couldn't help but feel some anticipation. So, he didn't hesitate, as playing tricks with the world's will was unnecessary. It was better to simply be straightforward. Moreover, even without the favor of the ancestral land, Xianxia would still remove the Black Ink nests and Black Ink strength here. With a wave of his hand, all the Black Ink nests were uprooted from their positions and thrown inside Xianxia's small universe to be suppressed and sealed. Then, Xianxia used purifying light to dispel all the Black Ink strength still lingering in the land. Xianxia's hard work, or rather his filial piety, wasn't in vain because, following the removal of Black Ink nests and Black Ink strength, the connection he felt with this land became even closer. When all the Black Ink nests and Black Ink strength were cleaned out, Xianxia could feel that he had surpassed the level of a biological son and jumped straight into being the matriarch's favorite son. It was as if what was left was for the ancestral land to reveal its kind smile and compliment Xianxia for being a good boy. The sky cleared as ancestral strength flowed into Xianxia's body from all directions, making his dragon veins stir to life. This made Xianxia feel elated because he felt all his efforts weren't in vain. At first, he was thinking about finding an opportunity to visit the dragon pool someday to continue refining his dragon vein, but now it seemed like he didn't have to go through that trouble because it seemed that cultivating in the ancestral land would have a similar effect. The ancestral strength inside the ancestral land was the most primitive divine spirit power that any divine spirit could absorb and refine, just like how any cultivator could refine world energy. That was also why those divine spirits scattered outside instinctually wanted to return to the ancestral land. While being here, they could greatly improve their strength and bloodline. It was especially so for young divine spirits because living in the ancestral land could greatly shorten their growth period. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to cultivate though, because the aim of his journey here wasn't to refine his dragon vein but to find clues about the primordial light. Now that he was here, he still didn't have any idea about how to find those clues. Worse, looking around probably wouldn't be of much use because the clues about the primordial light couldn't be seen. After 1 month, Xianxia had almost circled the entire ancestral land, but still couldn't find anything. But that was reasonable because, if there were any unique clues, It was impossible for those divine spirits living here not to know about them. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel defeated, and wondered if his approach was all wrong. While strolling around, Yang Kai suddenly came to a huge empty area. This was where the ancestral strength was the strongest, seeming to be the center of the entire ancestral land. It wasn't the geological center, but rather the core of its power. Also, this was the exact place where the third-generation Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress sealed that black ink giant spirit god. They had even sacrificed half of the ancestral land's territory and used the sacred treasures from 16 of the divine spirit clans to form a grand array to transform this place into one giant seal. This place continuously extracted ancestral strength to grind away the black ink giant spirit god's black ink strength. Therefore, this place was considered the center of the ancestral land, making it the optimal location to suppress the black ink giant spirit god. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, thinking of whether it was plausible to put his hopes on the primordial light to defeat the Black Ink clan. According to what he knew, the burning light and serene glimmer certainly had a high possibility of being forces separated from the primordial light. The divine spirits might also have a connection to the primordial light, but Yang Kai had no clue about what that connection was. The primordial light no longer had the same appearance as before, and no one knew what was left of it after separating the burning light and serene glimmer. Yang Kai estimated that he had to find something like a medicinal catalyst to help Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan fuse together and rebuild the primordial light. Without even mentioning whether he could find a catalyst he had no clue about, even if he did somehow accomplish that, would he really be able to use that to fuse Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan back together? And if he was, would Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan still exist in this world? That thought had been on his mind since he left the chaotic dead territory. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had been nothing but good to him. Purifying light was something essential for the humans to defend against the Black Ink clan, and the small stone race soldiers nurtured by the two of them had provided the humans enormous help during many instances. In the humans' eyes, even though those two had been living in the chaotic dead territory all this time, and never descended the mountain to directly help them, they had still made massive, irreplaceable contributions to the war effort. If wiping out MO required sacrificing Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's lives, Yang Kai would never agree to it, no matter the reason. He never had a chance to think carefully about this matter before, or perhaps he had unconsciously been avoiding doing so, but now that he calmed down and began to ponder the issue, he suddenly felt as though had betrayed Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Could those two not have thought of what would become of them if Yang Kai ever found the fusion catalyst? Of course they had. When Yang Kai went over and saw them trying to fuse together, though it seemed like they were playing around, would they have even attempted such a monumental thing without considering the consequences? They had provided so much assistance to the human race, but never asked for anything in return, so how could Yang Kai just discard them after all they had done? If the only way for the human race to survive was to betray their greatest benefactors, repaying kindness with enmity, would they even be worthy of continuing to exist? Once Yang Kai changed the way he thought about this matter, the issues that had been plaguing him for so long melted away. Relying on external forces and the benevolence of others to end this tragedy was not but an act of desperation born from weakness. Even without the primordial light, was there really no other way to completely eradicate MO? Song and the others could use the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to seal MO, which meant that MO wasn't omnipotent. The human race couldn't do anything about MO now purely because they weren't strong enough. If the human race could transcend their current limits, they wouldn't even have to bother about all this complicated primordial light or darkness. In the end, the fundamental problem was strength. It wasn't enough to be in the 8th order or 9th order open heaven realm. Humans had to at least reach the creation realm like MO to be able to defeat it. Song and the others couldn't reach that peak. But that didn't mean that he couldn't. New talents appeared in each generation, and though the great achievements of their forefathers were admirable and worthy of praise, that did not mean the descendants should stop striving to outdo them. Perhaps the ancestral land felt her favorite son's strong desire for power, or maybe realizing it could not escape unscathed from a disaster that threatened her whole family. The matriarch, who had always been fair to every divine spirit, finally revealed her doting side to Yang Kai. The entire ancestral land suddenly began shaking, and an unimaginable amount of ancestral strength from all directions flowed towards Yang Kai like a torrent, and poured into his body. Yang Kai's figure trembled, but he was only surprised for a moment before calming down. He then opened his heart and mind to accept the world's gift. He was currently almost at the peak of the Eighth Order, but ancestral strength wasn't of any help to his open heaven realm cultivation. Instead, it was extremely beneficial to his strength as a divine spirit. Yang Kai could feel his dragon veins surging. Following the ancestral strength entering his body, he felt like he had lost control of the suppressed dragon force within him, and tiny dragon scales began appearing on his outer skin. 2 lumps had appeared on his forehead as well, and Yang Kai felt as if something was about to pop out of them. Even his bottom felt a little itchy. Yang Kai hadn't activated the dragon transformation's secret art. His body was simply showing signs of dragon transformation on its own. This was something that didn't happen even when he was cultivating inside the dragon pool. The dragon pool was the dragon clan's origin and sanctuary, and was useless to other divine spirits besides the dragon clan. However, ancestral strength was an energy that could benefit any divine spirit. If Yang Kai had to compare, the ancestral strength was undoubtedly more primitive and wild. With a loud dragon roar and a bright golden flash, a 70,000-meter-long giant golden dragon suddenly appeared where Yang Kai had stood. Since he couldn't suppress it, he would just allow nature to take its course. Instantly, ancestral strength began flooding in more rampantly. The golden dragon shook its head and flicked its tail while its dragon scales trembled as it felt its whole body itching. It could also clearly feel its size increasing rapidly, and following that increase it felt elated. Since Yang Kai entered the dragon pool to cultivate and reached his 70,000-meter ancient dragon form, his dragon clan bloodline had been developing very slowly. It had been nearly 3,000 years since then, but his dragon form hadn't even grown another 1,000 meters. The main reason was that he had no time to purify his dragon vein. Also, besides cultivating inside the dragon pool, it was extremely hard for a dragon to continue growing after its dragon vein reached Yang Kai's level. Previously, Fu Guang was healing his injuries inside the dragon pool, and after he came out, Yang Kai was still in his retreat. Therefore, he didn't have the time to head over to the dragon pool. Now that ancestral strength was pouring into his body, Yang Kai's dragon form was clearly growing, and at breakneck speed, just like when he was cultivating in the dragon pool back then. Though this didn't help him in increasing the order of his open heaven realm cultivation, the increase of his dragon vein was also an increase in his strength. Yang Kai instantly felt like this trip was worth it, and he finally stopped obsessing over finding the primordial light. While the wind was blowing and the ancestral strength was surging inside the ancestral land, 2 innate territory lords led the large group of Black Ink clansmen that had escaped back to the no-return pass. Sitting on a tall throne was the only royal lord of the Black Ink clan. His face was pale and colorless, which gave others a demonic but also feminine feeling. He had his chin propped on his hand while listening to the 2 territory lords' fearful and trepidatious report. Huge bones formed the throne he was sitting on, and every one of them was glowing with colorful lights and flowing with various Tao strengths. These weren't any ordinary bones, but rather the bones of divine spirits. After so many years of battles, the divine spirits also suffered casualties. Some of those dead divine spirits would have their corpses collected and buried by their allies, but some would be taken away by the Black Ink clan and have their bones extracted to add to the royal lord's throne. Building such a huge throne must have taken over 10,000 large bones, so one could guess how many divine spirits had died in battle during these years. Even many Dragon and Phoenix clan members died in battle, especially during the battle when the no-return pass was breached. During the final battle in the Barren Territory, even the Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders had perished. Although the royal lord didn't release his aura and was simply listening quietly, the 2 territory lords below felt like they were standing on pins and needles. Retreating without a fight was considered a dereliction of duty. They were responsible for guarding the ancestral land, but after one of their fellow innate territory lords was killed, they chose not to fight with Yang Kai and ran away instead. They even discarded their mid-rank Black Ink nests. Such crimes were enough for them to lose their heads. Of course, an innate territory lord was a precious asset to the current Black Ink clan, and many of them had died in battle over the years, so there was a huge decrease in their numbers. The royal lord wouldn't easily execute these two and would most likely just send them to the 6 battlefields that had masters from both races so that they could atone for their sins. On the 2 sides of the main hall were 2 rows of innate territory lords. Though the Black Ink clan had quite a lot of acquired territory lords now, they were either battling the human race masters on the battlefields to fine-tune themselves, or devouring Black Ink strength inside Black Ink nests as they cultivated their strength. The only ones free were the innate territory lords because their abilities were fixed right after birth. At this moment, most of those territory lords had sympathetic expressions on their faces. They had also heard of Xianxia's reputation during these years, so they knew that it was already lucky to be able to survive after an encounter with that killing star. Of course, it was also because that fellow was worried about the agreement between the 2 races and didn't dare to break it easily. Otherwise, these 2 territory lords might have already been killed. Once the 2 territory lords finished their report, they looked up at the throne, waiting nervously for their fate to be decided. After a long time, the royal lord asked, "What you mean to say is, Xianxia has entered the divine spirit ancestral land?" "Yes, indeed." A territory lord with 2 large wings on his back, which made him look like a huge bat, answered respectfully. "Why did he go there?" the royal lord asked as he was reminded of the appearance of the human who escaped from him around 2,000 years ago. That territory lord answered, shaking, "I don't know." The royal lord frowned. To think of it, he had encountered Xianxia twice. The first time was when Xianxia led the remnant army to attack the No-Return Pass. During that time, he used the Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor's corpse and the strength of the Ox Monster to forcefully kill many Black Ink clansmen to open a bloody road and send the remnant humans to the barren territory. The other time was when Xianxia came back from the Black Ink battlefield alone. That time, he destroyed 7 high-rank Black Ink nests, killed numerous innate territory lords, and finally escaped all on his own. Back then, the royal lord flew into a rage because of that, but couldn't do anything about it. He soon heard the news about Xianxia from the frontline battlefields and knew that Xianxia had killed numerous territory lords. That fellow was now the biggest hidden trouble for the Black Ink clan. If the royal lord hadn't learned that Xianxia could never break through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, he would have ordered his death no matter the cost. That was because Xianxia was already such a menace when he was an 8th Order master, so how terrifying would he be if he managed to reach 9th Order? Perhaps by then, even the royal lords might not be his opponent. It was because the Black Ink clan knew that Xianxia was destined to be unable to reach the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm that they slightly suppressed their intentions to kill him and maintain their peace agreement with the human race. Though the bigger reason was that both sides needed time to accumulate strength. Once the Black Ink clan had nurtured enough royal lords, Xianxia would no longer be able to affect the overall situation despite being a menace. Of course, the Black Ink clan wouldn't give up a chance to kill Xianxia either. Therefore, when the royal lord heard that Xianxia had entered the ancestral land, which the Black Ink clan previously controlled, he thought that this might be an opportunity. During these recent years, Xianxia seemed to be searching for something which had brought him from one great territory to another. However, neither the Black Ink clan nor the humans knew what he was searching for. But no matter what it would surely be bad news for the Black Ink clan. If they could besiege and kill Xianxia in the Divine Spirit ancestral land, his plans would all be in vain, and he would no longer restrict the Black Ink clan. At that moment, they could boldly break the treaty between the 2 races and restart the wars in every great territory. They had to reduce the human race's territory so that they wouldn't have the ability to accumulate more strength. That way, the Black Ink clan could wipe them out someday. No matter how strong that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was, he couldn't defeat a royal lord. Unfortunately, Xianxia was proficient in the Tao of space and was unmatched when it came to escaping. He would run away when he knew he couldn't win, which made others unable to do anything to him. That was how he escaped from the royal lord. When dealing with such a person, the royal lord understood the need for a heaven-sealing earth locking technique to block all escape routes before going for the kill. Suddenly, the royal lord thought of something and looked down at the 2 territory lords before ordering, "Return there and see what he's up to." The 2 innate territory lords felt bitter hearing this order. But although they were frightened, they didn't dare to disobey the royal lord's command, so they could only master up their courage and head back the way they came. 1 month later, the 2 territory lords appeared outside the ancestral land. They had bitter expressions as they hesitated, secretly hoping that Xianxia had left. Otherwise, they didn't know how to explain their appearance if they bumped into him. They couldn't say that they were here to visit him, right? Even though they were nervous, they weren't too afraid because if Xianxia wanted to maintain the agreement between the 2 races, he wouldn't openly attack them. Therefore, this trip might be dangerous, but it wasn't life-threatening. Carefully approaching the ancestral land, the 2 territory lords soon sensed something strange. The divine spirit ancestral land seemed to have changed drastically from how it was when they were last here. An inexplicable energy was surging and permeating the entire world, and even the wind and clouds were churning. At first, they were carefully hiding their bodies and aura lest they be exposed, but after looking at the current state of the ancestral land, they became bolder. Then, they released their divine senses to look around and gradually discovered what was happening. All that energy seemed to be moving in one direction. There was a vague golden light shining in that direction and a huge being hibernating amidst the clouds. When they looked through the clouds, they could vaguely make out a figure of a curled-up dragon clan member. It was Xianxia. With all the intel the Black Ink clan had gathered, the fact that Xianxia could transform into a true dragon was no longer a secret. After all, there were many Black Ink disciples who were loyal to the Black Ink clan hiding in the dark now. Those 2 territory lords looked at each other and revealed ecstatic expressions. They suddenly realized why the royal lord wanted them to return here. Silently retreating, they hurried back to the no-return pass. This time, it didn't take them a whole month to reach the no-return pass. When they got back, they once again bowed down before the royal lord's throne of bones and reported everything they saw and heard to him. The royal lord sneered. As I had expected, when he first heard that Xianxia went to the divine spirit ancestral land, he made several guesses. Now, it seemed like he had gone there to cultivate. According to what he heard, it was said that the power inside the divine spirit ancestral land was very beneficial to divine spirits. Did you 2 expose yourselves? The royal lord asked. The Batwing territory lord shook his head. No. Xianxia was entirely immersed in his cultivation and didn't sense anything. Very good. The royal lord nodded in satisfaction while tapping his fingers on the back of his throne while looking down at the 2. Qing Fu Muyu, don't complain that this king didn't give you a chance to make up for your crimes. The 2 of you are to immediately enter the Black Ink nest together for source fusion. Once those words were said, all the territory lords became pale. The 2 territory lords, Qing Fu and Muyu, shivered as they looked up at the royal lord with terrified eyes. Muyu even screamed frightenedly, "Sir, please have mercy." It was as though the so-called source fusion was a death sentence. Even though Qing Fu didn't say anything, he had a depressed and desperate look on his face. However, the royal lord didn't show any change in expression. Instead, he looked at them calmly before declaring, "If you live, that is your good fortune. If you die, that is your fate. Go." The humans had many sayings for when one returned home, each describing it as something glorious after enduring difficulties or achieving something astonishing that brought honor to the family. However, source fusion in the Black Ink clan had nothing to do with returning with honor. The only similarity with those sayings was that it was somewhat related to going home. To the humans, one's homeland was their place of birth. In that sense, the Black Ink nests were the Black Ink clan's homeland because they nurtured all Black Ink clansmen. To the Black Ink clan, source fusion was both punishment and glory. Moreover, only territory lords could perform source fusion. Technically speaking, source fusion was a type of secret technique that only the Black Ink clan could use, and to use it, they must have a high-rank Black Ink nest. A territory lord would enter the high-rank Black Ink nest and use the source fusion technique to fuse their body and essence with the Black Ink nest. Though any territory lord could easily perform the technique, it had never been used since ancient times. That was because when the territory lord fused their body with the Black Ink nest, there was a huge possibility that they would be devoured by the Black Ink nest and cease to exist. Despite the fact that there were quite a lot of territory lords in the Black Ink clan, they were all pillars of the various battlefields, so it wasn't easy to sacrifice any of them. Of course, with such a high risk, the reward naturally wouldn't be small. If the territory lord who performed the source fusion technique could withstand the black ink nest's devouring and instead assimilate the black ink nest, they would achieve earth-shattering changes. Simply put, the relationship between the territory lord using the source fusion technique and the black ink nest was that they had to devour each other. Only one between them would survive. Since the day of their birth, an innate territory lord's abilities were fixed and had no way of increasing. This limitation, however, wasn't completely impossible to overcome, as they could have a chance to greatly increase their strength by performing the source fusion technique, even though the chances of success weren't high. High-rank black ink nests were derived directly from MO. Therefore, one could see the black ink clan as Mo's creations. If the creation devoured the source chi from their creator, they would gain unimaginable benefits. By using the source fusion technique, an innate territory lord would have the chance to become a royal lord. Of course, such a royal lord would inevitably be weaker than an ordinary royal lord and could only be called pseudo-royal lord. Such a secret technique needed the Black Ink clan to sacrifice many territory lords to succeed, and even if they did, they would lose a high-rank Black Ink nest. Each high-rank Black Ink nest was connected to dozens, if not over 100 mid-rank Black Ink nests, and thousands of low-rank Black Ink nests which birthed and served massive Black Ink clan armies. Back when Xianxia destroyed a few high-rank Black Ink nests in the No Return Pass, the Black Ink clan had been distressed about it for many years. Additionally, that incident thwarted several plans the Black Ink clan had for some great territories. In short, the Black Ink clan was loath to lose any high-rank Black Ink nests. These were the reasons why no territory lord had even performed this secret technique and why the humans had no idea about it despite having waged war against the Black Ink clan for so many millennia. If it weren't for the importance of killing Xianxia, the royal lord would never have been willing to make such a sacrifice. However, that killing star had now become a dangerous obstacle to the Black Ink clan's plans. So if they could remove him, the situation between the two races would change entirely. At the very least, the Black Ink clan would no longer have to obey the so-called peace deal between the two races. It would be best if one of these two territory lords could succeed, but it didn't matter if they didn't because their failure would contribute to the next territory lord's chances of success. When it came to the source fusion technique, the more territory lords that failed to consume the high-rank nest, the greater the chances the following territory lords who performed the secret technique would have of succeeding. Therefore, as long as the Black Ink clan was willing to make enough sacrifices, they would eventually succeed. However, the Black Ink clan weren't sure what the odds of success were because there had never been a territory lord who had used this technique. Even the royal lord only had a rough estimation that the initial chances of success were around 10%, and would increase by about that much for successive attempts. In other words, even if things went smoothly, they still had to sacrifice around a dozen territory lords before a pseudo-royal lord could be born. Of course, those estimations didn't account for the amount of territory lords, feudal lords, and ordinary Black Ink clansmen that the destruction of a high-rank Black Ink nest would implicate. Such a huge sacrifice for such a small reward was obviously not cost-effective for the Black Ink clan outside of extremely special circumstances. However, sending territory lords was no longer a viable method to deal with Xianxia, so a royal lord was required. Unfortunately, there was only one royal lord in the entire Black Ink clan currently, and he had to oversee the No Return Pass and couldn't leave at will. The royal lord clearly remembered the incident where a pure white dragon clan member boldly barged into the No Return Pass, roughly 1,000 years ago. According to the intelligence they possessed, the Black Ink clan naturally knew that this divine dragon was stronger than any Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Luckily for them, that white divine dragon didn't attack the No Return Pass and seemed to just be passing by as he dashed off into the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. That dragon clan member disappeared and hadn't returned since then, and no one knew what he was up to. However, the mere existence of this kind of master made it impossible for the Black Ink clan to leave the No Return Pass undefended. A pseudo-royal lord was also a royal lord. Therefore, no matter what price they had to pay, the Black Ink clan had to kill Xianxia in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. Qing Fu and Mu Yu felt devastated as they left. Though they were reluctant to die in such a way, it was in the Black Ink clan's nature to obey those superior to them. Since the royal lord had given the order, they could only abide. After finding a high-rank black ink nest, the two innate territory lords looked at each other and saw the despair in each other's eyes. They smiled bitterly at each other before flying into the black ink nest. When they arrived at the innermost part of the black ink nest, the two territory lords sat cross-legged and began performing the source fusion technique. At that instant, the fleshy walls of the black ink nest squirmed as the two territory lords' bodies gradually sank downwards as if they were in a swamp. Their figures disappeared in a few short breaths as the black ink nest completely devoured them. Only their auras remained, trying to resist the black ink nest from within. As time passed, the two territory lords' auras weakened before finally disappearing. Back inside the main hall, the royal lord and many territory lords were monitoring the situation. When they were certain that the two territory lords' auras had completely disappeared, many of the innate territory lords sighed. It seemed like the source fusion technique really wasn't something that could be easily used. But the sacrifice these two made was destined to not be wasted, as they soon heard the royal lord asking, "Is there any of you who is willing to perform source fusion with this black ink nest?" It was almost like asking if any of them would be willing to die. Having witnessed Qing Fu and Mu Yu's end, none of the innate territory lords below dared to volunteer to perform source fusion with the black ink nest. Therefore, it was complete silence after the royal lord asked his question. Finally, after a long time, a territory lord came forward and declared, "Sir, I am willing to try." Coming forward while everyone was silent made this territory lord stand out greatly, and many gazes of all sorts landed on him. The royal lord sitting above them revealed a gratified expression. Although many black ink clansmen were afraid of death because of the personality they were born with, there were still some who were willing to sacrifice themselves for the greater good of their race. Nodding, the royal lord said, "If that's what you wish, Di Wu, I'll give you a chance." "Yes." The territory lord called Di Wu cupped his fist and waited to receive further orders. "Is there anyone else?" The royal lord turned to look around, but didn't get any response. So he was a little frustrated and began calling out a few territory lords' names with no trace of politeness. The faces of those few territory lords instantly became ashen as they came forward with difficulty. Meanwhile, the other territory lords watched the scene and secretly analyzed the situation. Then, they realized that those territory lords had either lost to human race masters or made blunders on the battlefield that harmed the Black Ink clan. It seemed like the names the royal lord called out weren't at random, which made a few territory lords feel relieved. Di Wu stays behind while the rest of you go ahead. Black Ink Eternal. Though the few territory lords couldn't put their feelings into words, their expressions still became stern as they yelled, "Black Ink Eternal!" After that, they turned around and set off. Moments later, the auras of the chosen innate territory lords disappeared one after another inside the high-rank Black Ink nest, obviously indicating that they had failed. Although it all failed, those auras were hung on for longer and longer, which meant that the source fusion technique was getting closer to success. At that moment, the desire in those innate territory lords still on the scene were ignited. An innate territory lord was indeed strong, and ordinary 8th Order masters weren't their opponents. But it had always been a point of frustration that their abilities were fixed with no way of increasing in the future. Right now, the innate territory lords could still occupy a pivotal place in the war against the human race, but once the final battle between the two races began, there would surely be quite a lot of royal lords and 9th Order masters. By that time, what was the use of being an innate territory lord when they couldn't even save themselves from danger? They also wanted to have greater power and become royal lords, even if they were only pseudo-royal lords. In the meantime, 6 territory lords had gone through source fusion with the Black Ink nest, which meant the chances for succeeding was growing increasingly higher. Perhaps one of them might be able to devour the Black Ink nest, break through their innate shackles and transcend to the next level. While they feared death, they also craved power. If the innate territory lords in the hall could be said to be avoiding the source fusion technique before, they were now feeling a little excited. After the 8th territory lord had fallen, the royal lord asked again, "Who else is willing to give it a try?" The territory lords were now far more enthusiastic than before. Of course, the royal lord knew what they were thinking, but he still nodded lightly while looking at them with a gratified expression. However, he didn't let the territory lords take action together this time. The ones before were to build a foundation, and now that it had been built, it was time to carefully collect his harvest. Under the Royal Lord's command, the first Territory Lord in line entered the black ink nest and performed the source fusion technique. Half a day later, his aura disappeared. Following that was the second Territory Lord, then a third. Each Territory Lord was able to last much longer than the previous one, which meant they were creeping closer to success. However, it wasn't until the 13th Territory Lord failed to return that the other Territory Lords below the throne began looking at the Royal Lord with burning gazes. Anyone could see that success was near. Perhaps it would be the next one or the one after that. Since the Royal Lord hadn't said anything, none of them dared to move, and those whose names were called out were looking at the Royal Lord with anticipation filling their eyes. On top of the throne of bones, the Royal Lord gently tapped his fingers, seemingly hesitant about something. After a long time, he finally opened his eyes and looked down at the Territory Lords. "Di-Wu, you go." That order was directed at the first Territory Lord that had volunteered. Di-Wu was pleased and grateful for the Royal Lord's favor, so he cupped his fist and quickly said, "I won't disappoint you, sir." Turning around determinedly, he strode out of the main hall. The rest of the Territory Lords looked at each other before smiling bitterly because they couldn't stop Di-Wu. Nor did they dare to blame the Royal Lord for being biased. Since Di-Wu was the first to stand up and volunteer when the Royal Lord asked who was willing to perform the source fusion with the black ink nest, he had shown that he was braver than the other Territory Lords. The Royal Lord naturally appreciated and favored such a Territory Lord. In addition, it was obvious that the Royal Lord had chosen Di-Wu to receive the benefits in the end, all along. The previous Territory Lords who went to perform the source fusion technique were all sacrifices to pave the way for Di-Wu. Now that the Royal Lord had instructed Di-Wu to head over, it undoubtedly meant that the Royal Lord also felt that success was at hand. If Di-Wu didn't move now, he might not get a chance to. Several divine senses were probing at what was happening inside the high-rank black ink nest as Di-Wu entered and quickly performed the source fusion technique, letting the black ink nest devour his body while leaving behind his aura. This time, his aura endured for a long time without weakening, constantly resisting the black ink nest's devouring. His aura stayed longer than any of the previous Territory Lords. Meanwhile, the other Territory Lords had complicated feelings as they continued to sense what was happening. They both anticipated Di-Wu's success, but also hoped he would fail. If he succeeded, he would be the first pseudo-royal lord that emerged from using the source fusion technique, a momentous occasion for the Black Ink clan. But if he failed, the other Territory Lords present would have a chance to obtain that glory for themselves. Several days later, the long battle between auras suddenly quieted down, and the Royal Lord sitting on the throne relaxed his furrowed brow before grinning. Success! The Territory Lords below hurriedly offered congratulations. It was indeed a success. Di-Wu had undoubtedly devoured the high-rank Black Ink nest and even absorbed part of the strength from the 13 Territory Lords before him. In short order, he would break through the innate Territory Lords' restrictions and become a pseudo-royal lord. That time wouldn't be too long either. No one in the Black Ink clan was sure whether their decision to sacrifice a high-rank Black Ink nest and 13 innate Territory Lords in exchange for a single pseudo-royal lord was worth it. Still, if they could use this newly acquired strength to kill Xianxia, it would be a huge strategic win for them. Now that everything was prepared, it was time to start planning their attack. The Royal Lord released a burst with his divine sense, and several 7th Order Black Ink disciples soon came to the main hall before bowing down. While leaning forward to look at an old man among the Black Ink disciples, the Royal Lord asked, "How is your research progressing? Is your 4 gates 8 palaces great pagoda array usable yet?" That old man replied, "Reporting to Sir Royal Lord, we have already perfected it long ago and have refined many array boards and banners." Then, the old man's expression became serious. "My lord, are you planning on using this array?" In recent years, quite a lot of humans were corrupted by Black Ink strength and turned into Black Ink disciples, but very few were proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays. The few standing before the Royal Lord were the array masters among the Black Ink disciples that had high attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays. More than 2,000 years ago, the Royal Lord began gathering these specialists in the No Return Pass, providing them with protection and any materials or resources they required while giving them a single order to develop a heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array that they could use when needed. Although the Royal Lord didn't specify who they would use that spirit array on, the Seventh Order Black Ink disciples weren't fools. It wasn't enough to just deduce a heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array, however. Refining array boards and banners had also cost numerous resources, and powerful masters were also needed to set up and maintain the grand array. Considering the massive investment, the Royal Lord must want to use this grand array for a special purpose. That target must be a tricky enemy who was great at escaping. Among all the Eighth Order masters in the human race, there was only one who the Black Ink clan would take so seriously. However, such a huge array wasn't easy to arrange. The person they were trying to trap could easily escape if they alerted him, and he found out about the grand array before it was fully activated. That was why they hadn't used this grand array despite it already being ready to deploy. They didn't expect the Royal Lord would gather them here today. After listening to the old man's answer, the Royal Lord nodded calmly. Very good. Xianxia has trapped himself inside the Divine Spirit ancestral land and seems to be immersed in cultivating. This is a perfect chance to deal with him. The Divine Spirit ancestral land. That old man seemed surprised. Sir, are you going to use this grand array to seal that place? Can it be done? The Royal Lord looked at that old man with a serious expression. How could that old man dare to say no? Judging by the Royal Lord's behavior, he might perish on the spot if he said no. So the old man quickly replied, yes, if Xianxia is indeed immersed in cultivation, there is a high chance for success. But the Divine Spirit ancestral land is an incredibly vast place, and this old master doesn't have enough strength to seal it entirely. I must trouble sir to allocate some territory lords to cooperate with me. How many do you need? 8. No, 10 territory lords. The Royal Lord replied flatly. I will give you 20 innate territory lords. This plan can only succeed and not fail. When the old man heard this, he was taken aback. It was no small deal using 20 innate territory lords to deal with one human, but it also showed how cautious the Black Ink clan was of that human. He had also heard of Xianxia's reputation, but no matter how strong Xianxia was, he would not be able to escape after being trapped inside this grand array. Therefore, the old man accepted the order. Yes, sir. Afterwards, the Royal Lord called out 20 territory lords and gave them an order. You will accompany them and offer whatever assistance they require to set up the grand array. However, don't act recklessly before Di-Wu arrives. Once Di-Wu arrives, he will take charge. All the territory lords accepted their orders. Yes, sir. Go. With a wave of the Royal Lord's hand, the 20 territory lords and several Seventh Order array masters immediately left the main hall and flew away. Looking outside the main hall, the Royal Lord appeared gloomy. Although he couldn't personally kill Xianxia to vent his rage, this small displeasure was nothing before the Black Ink clan's plans for total conquest. In fact, if they hadn't lost more than a dozen territory lords to the Source Fusion technique already, he wouldn't have only sent 20 territory lords but 30. When dealing with someone like Xianxia, there were only two options before them, leaving him alone or attacking him with overwhelming force to ensure he died. Once this battle was over, the Black Ink clan would no longer have any worries, and that agreement between the two races would become meaningless. The Black Ink clan masters immediately left the no-return pass, but soon after, a Black Ink clan army consisting of 1,000,000 troops followed behind under the leadership of many feudal lords. They were also heading for the Divine Spirit ancestral land, but weren't in a rush to get there, so the territory lords departed before them. After all, no one knew how long Xianxia would remain in the Divine Spirit ancestral land. It would be a total waste of effort if they arrived too late and Xianxia had already left. As they were moving quickly, it only took the group of masters 20 days to pass through the Divine Ability Sea and arrive at the outskirts of the Divine Spirit ancestral land. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they didn't dare to expose their whereabouts and auras lest Xianxia notice them. Next, they let a territory lord who was skilled in concealment go forward to scout the place. Soon, that territory lord returned and told the others what he discovered. Strange things were happening inside the Divine Spirit ancestral land. The wind and clouds constantly churned, causing a huge commotion. But Yang Kai was obviously still immersed in his cultivation and unaware of his surroundings. That news made the other territory lords feel relieved. In the meantime, that seventh-order old man laughed mockingly. That fool is courting death by creating such a huge commotion while cultivating, but the commotion gives us cover while we prepare. Enough nonsense. Hurry up and tell us what we have to do. One of the territory lords asked impatiently. Black Ink disciples never had much of a status among the Black Ink clan. Therefore, the group consisting of only innate territory lords naturally would look down on them. However, the territory lords didn't act outrageously because they still needed these Black Ink disciples to arrange the grand array. That was because the Black Ink clan had little to no aptitude in the Tao of Spirit arrays. Yes, sir. That seventh-order old man nodded and bowed before instructing them politely. Please, come with me. While saying so, he took the lead and flew away. He had already told the territory lords the basics of the grand array, and even gave them a jade slip each to let them better understand it. These territory lords might be powerful, but it was difficult for them to understand anything about spirit arrays. That was why these territory lords still didn't know much about the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array, despite having 20 days to study it already. If possible, that old man would rather work with the other 6 7th-order Black Ink disciples to set up the grand array, not these innate territory lords. However, he needed these powerful territory lords to enhance the spirit array's power, so he was stumped. For now, his only choice was to teach them while hoping these territory lords wouldn't be too ill-tempered. Under the 7th-order old man's guidance and directions, the territory lords stood in prearranged positions while holding an array banner each. Then, the old man followed down the line and placed several array boards before arranging for the other 7th-order Black Ink disciples to stand in the critical nodes. This arrangement took them more than 10 days. The old man was tuckered out and secretly grateful to the royal lord for sending 20 territory lords over. At first, he thought they would only need a few territory lords for this spirit array, but after arriving here, he discovered that he had greatly underestimated how vast the divine spirit ancestral land was. In the end, they used 12 innate territory lords and every 7th-order Black Ink disciple to seal this place up. Luckily for them, Yang Kai, who was cultivating in the ancestral land, had no idea of the changes being made outside and was still immersed in his cultivation. Once everything was ready, the old man secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He went over and stood at one of the critical nodes of the grand array and with a serious expression, pulled out an array banner and channeled his strength into it. Instantly, world force surged. Around the void, the grand array's nodes and array boards hummed simultaneously, while the anxious territory lords also inserted their strength into their array banners. Following the activation and trembling of each array banner, the array boards also quickly released their aura and intertwined with them. Invisible energy appeared and passed through the place where the 7th-order Black Ink disciples and 12 innate territory lords stood. After 10 days of hard effort, they succeeded in activating the grand array. Instantly, the void where the divine spirit ancestral land was located was entirely enveloped by the grand array, isolating it from the outside world. It was only then that the old man responsible for setting up the spirit array finally felt relieved. He was terrified of the possibility that Yang Kai might realize the grand array was being assembled before it was done. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to trap him. Now that the grand array had been activated though, no matter how proficient Yang Kai was in the Tao of space and escaping, he would have no way to flee. The only way out was to destroy the grand array, but now that it enveloped the entire ancestral land, that would be no easy task. The old man's expression became stern as he used the array banner in his hand to inform everyone. The grand array's successful formation has caused a substantial change in the surrounding void, so Yang Kai must have already noticed it. Sirs, please be on guard. If others were trapped inside the 4 Gates 8 Places Great Pagoda Array, they might not sense any changes. Moreover, they went with a more stable plan and used 12 innate territory lords to activate this grand array and seal the entire ancestral land to guard against any unexpected events. However, Yang Kai was different. He was proficient in the Tao of space, and this was a heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array that would isolate the inside from the outside. Such a huge commotion wouldn't be able to escape Yang Kai's senses. The territory lords felt anxious after hearing the old man's warning and raised their guard up while using their divine sense to scout their surroundings, afraid that Yang Kai might suddenly appear and attack them. After waiting for an entire day, though, they didn't notice any suspicious movements. They waited another day, but it was still very quiet. The territory lords used their array banners to converse with each other secretly and were dumbfounded by what Yang Kai might be planning. One of the territory lords couldn't help asking, "Are you sure that guy is still here?" It wasn't their fault for doubting, because if Yang Kai was here, how could he remain so idle? According to how domineering he usually treated the Black Ink clan, he would definitely have caused a huge scene if he noticed he was sealed inside this place. Even if he didn't cause a commotion, he would at least show his face and not be as quiet as he was now. There were several territory lords with the same doubts. Soon, another territory lord's voice came from the array banners. "He should be here. When I scouted this place earlier, I felt a strange change in the ancestral land, which is clearly his doing." "Did you actually see him?" "I didn't." Since the territory lord didn't dare to expose his whereabouts, he was very careful when scouting ahead and didn't dare to investigate too deeply. What if he accidentally alerted Yang Kai while scouting, causing him to get suspicious and leave? He wouldn't be able to handle the consequences. "Let's just wait. Maybe he's lurking around in the dark." The group of territory lords calmed down and continued to wait. But several more days passed and there were still no signs of Yang Kai. By now, all the territory lords had grown anxious. All the signs pointed to the possibility that Yang Kai might no longer be inside the divine spirit ancestral land. If that was really the case, all their efforts would be for naught. Another silent conversation was exchanged, and they decided to send someone out to investigate. They had been afraid of Yang Kai sensing their presence before, but now that the Grand Array was active, they had already revealed themselves. Therefore, it didn't matter if they went over to investigate the situation. However, they couldn't reach a conclusion on who would be going. All of them were aware of Yang Kai's reputation, and any territory lord who encountered him back then had a high chance of dying once he struck out. Now, they even used a heaven-sealing earth-locking Grand Array, which was clearly meant for him, so how could Yang Kai show mercy when they encountered each other? Therefore, all the territory lords passed the responsibility among them, as no one was willing to enter the ancestral land. Luckily for them, the Black Ink clan army from the No-Return Pass, that had departed after them, had now arrived. So, the territory lords picked out a feudal lord and ordered him to lead 3,000 soldiers into the ancestral land. That unlucky feudal lord felt bitter but couldn't do anything but follow his orders. Moving forward carefully, the troops soon arrived in the sky above the ancestral land. But before landing, the feudal lord sensed a suppressive force coming at him from all directions. He had never felt this kind of sensation, and under this suppression, he found that he couldn't circulate his Black Ink strength as smoothly as before. Even his feudal lord aura had slightly decreased. Such a change surprised him, and he quickly stopped moving before looking around. He noticed the 3,000 Black Ink clan soldiers he brought with him also wore uncomfortable expressions. Is this the suppression of the ancestral strength? The feudal lord's expression turned gloomy as he wondered. Of course, he knew that the divine spirit ancestral land had ancestral strength. After all, the Black Ink clan had occupied this place for thousands of years and had sent back comprehensive reports describing the ancestral strength in the ancestral land that had a certain amount of resistance to Black Ink strength. Therefore, the Black Ink clansmen with lower strength would feel more uncomfortable being in this place. However, the feudal lord didn't expect the suppression to be this intense. He was barely at the outskirts now and hadn't even entered the ancestral land. What would happen if he dove deeper inside? Though he was worried, he didn't dare to disobey the orders given to him by the territory lords, so he could only muster up his courage and lead the Black Ink clan soldiers to continue forward. As the feudal lord expected, the closer they got to the ancestral land, the more obvious the suppression of their strength was. His feudal lord aura was constantly weakening, as if there was a mysterious force suppressing the strength inside him. When he finally arrived at the ancestral land, his expression had already turned extremely stern. He summoned his strength but realized that his current output was only on par with that of a high-rank Black Ink clansman. That omnipresent, extremely dense ancestral strength had actually suppressed his strength by an entire realm. If this was his condition, the other 3,000 Black Ink clansmen would naturally be in an even worse state. The lower the strength, the more obvious the suppression. There were already some Black Ink clansmen who couldn't stand the pain and released suppressed roars. Meanwhile, the feudal lord was terrified and immediately knew that there was something off about this piece of land. He suppressed the discomfort he was feeling and began looking around. Then, he led his army away after not finding anything. It wasn't until they left the divine spirit ancestral land that the feeling of suppression gradually faded. The feudal lord reported what happened to the territory lords, making all of them frown. Is the divine spirit ancestral land suppression really so powerful? How did Qing Fu and Mu Yu stand living in this place back then? Unfortunately, those two had undergone source fusion with a Black Ink nest. Otherwise, the other territory lords would have asked them to come over because they would certainly learn more about this situation. They're dead, but there are a few feudal lords that escaped alive at that time. So, we'll know the answer after asking them, one of the territory lords said. It was a plan. Among the millions of soldiers that followed them here, there were a few feudal lords who had previously guarded the ancestral land. Those feudal lords were called over and asked about the previous situation here. After finding out that things were completely different now, the territory lords were certain that, while there was previously ancestral strength here as well, it wasn't nearly as dense as it was currently. It was clear that the ancestral land had gone through a dramatic change they knew nothing about, which was likely caused deliberately. In other words, Xianxia was still inside the ancestral land, but no one knew where he was hiding or what he was doing. Should they keep searching for him? Now that they had a Black Ink clan army that consisted of millions of Black Ink clan soldiers, there was a huge possibility of finding Xianxia in his hiding spot if they scattered enough people around the ancestral land. However, what would they do with him after finding him? Another round of discussion later, the territory lords decided to just lay low and wait. They were now very sure that Xianxia was still inside the ancestral land, and as long as he was here, he couldn't run away. Moreover, the royal lord had ordered them to wait for Di Wu to arrive and take over, so they would do just that. After Di Wu successfully performed the source fusion technique, he became a pseudo-royal lord. Now, all he needed to do was to absorb the power from the Black Ink nest and all 13 innate territory lords sacrificed before him, and he would have enough power to defeat Xianxia. Once a decision was made, all the territory lords felt relieved and waited silently. In the meantime, Xianxia had sunk deep into the ancestral land, but this wasn't by his own doing. At first, he was just an adopted son to the ancestral land, the so-called matriarch, and then he advanced into a true son after contributing something. Later, he became the ancestral land's favorite son. Following that, the ancestral land might have sensed Xianxia's desire for power and decided to help him with all it could. Xianxia transformed into a 70,000-meter ancient dragon before beginning to absorb and refine as much ancestral strength as he could from the ancestral land. While refining his dragon vein, he was so immersed in his cultivation that he didn't notice that his body had involuntarily sunk into the ground and arrived deep below the surface of the ancestral land. Xianxia didn't even notice signs of his body fusing with the ancestral land. This phenomenon was naturally not the same as the Black Ink clan's source fusion technique, which required devouring one another. It was as though the matriarch had opened her arms to welcome Xianxia into her embrace because she was trying to inject that huge amount of strength into his body. With the constant refining of his dragon vein, Xianxia noticed that the effects here were even more outstanding than those he had while cultivating in the dragon pool. As Xianxia had entirely sunk into the ground, not only did he not notice that the Black Ink clan had set up a heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array called the Four Gates 8th Palace's Great Pagoda Array, but the Black Ink clan who came in to look around for him also wouldn't be able to find him. Time passed by and Xianxia's fusion with the ancestral land was becoming stronger, like he was about to become one with it. At a certain point, his perspective seemed to entirely change, becoming both ancient and wide. As his dragon vein continued to be refined, he felt a strange power seeping into his body and gradually resonating with the entire ancestral land. It was the purest form of Time Tao essence. The Dragon Clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of Time. If a Dragon Clansman's bloodline reached a certain level of purity, they would naturally become proficient in the Tao of Time and gain the ability to use time principles. Yang Kai possessing a dragon vein might have been a huge factor as to why he could reach such high attainments in the Tao of Time back then. Now, the time Tao essence of this world seemed to have caused some kind of strange change. Though Yang Kai still retained his consciousness, it had expanded greatly as he felt himself fuse with the ancestral land. The sensations of his body faded away, as he then saw a strange phenomenon. He witnessed several black ink clansmen investigating something in the ancestral land before leaving quickly. This wasn't strange in and of itself, but what was odd was the scenes seemed to be occurring in reverse. Yang Kai even saw some black ink clansmen walking backwards. Next, he saw a grand array, which enveloped the entire void around the ancestral land, dispersed before several black ink disciples began running around with a number of territory lords seemingly disassembling it. Another 2 territory lords suddenly appeared outside of the ancestral land, but left after investigating what was inside. Those 2 territory lords seemed like the 2 he had previously released. Yang Kai also saw the territory lord he killed revive from the dead. He even witnessed himself withdrawing his finger from that territory lord's forehead before their battle played out in reverse. All these scenes rapidly appeared and disappeared, but Yang Kai's emotions remained as tranquil as an ancient wall. It was like he was a bystander who was observing what had happened in the ancestral land. Even watching himself kill that territory lord didn't draw any kind of reaction from him. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he was going back in time. The Tao of Time was profound and mysterious. Since ancient times, there were very few cultivators who cultivated this grand Tao. Cultivators of the Tao of Time were even fewer than cultivators of the Tao of Space. Only the Dragon Clan, who had their bloodline talent, would reliably become extremely gifted in the Tao of Time. Back when Yang Kai was outside the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, he used his Sun and Moon Divine Will to shatter spacetime and glimpse the future. Later, everything that happened proved that what he saw was real. However, that opportunity was an accidental coincidence. Yang Kai had tried using the Sun and Moon Divine Will again, but never saw the future in that way again. That experience led him to understand that if he could master the Tao of Time to its extreme, he might be able to peer into the future. Moreover, the ability to foresee the future was definitely a great method to avoid danger. The truth was that once a cultivator's cultivation reached a certain level, they would naturally have a bit of prophetic ability, allowing them to sense danger and crisis before they happened. But without the Tao of Time, they couldn't see the future and would only have vague intuitions. Since the Tao of Time could allow a cultivator to foresee the future, of course, it could allow them to see the past. Time flowed from the beginning of the universe, through ancient times to the present, and continued flowing towards the end of all things. Therefore, if one glanced at where the river was flowing, they could see the future, while looking back would allow one to see the past. Though Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Time weren't low, possibly even among the best in the vast world, when it came to mysterious matters such as the past, the future, and even the nature of time itself, he was still fairly clueless about them. Just like this time, he had unknowingly triggered the rewinding of time in the ancestral land. This rewinding of time wasn't like he was traveling to the past, because the flow of time in the ancestral land remained unchanged. After Yang Kai fused with the ancestral land, he simply became a bystander who was observing the reverse flow of time in this land. Such a strange encounter must have some sort of connection with him being a Dragon Clan member and the fact that the ancestral land was pampering him. All these factors combined led to this astonishing development. Yang Kai should have been extremely happy to encounter such an opportunity, but he didn't feel any changes in his emotions. It was as if he had completely turned into the ancestral land and had become restrained and emotionless. Also, this act of rewinding time was just this piece of land silently reminiscing about the past. But all of that didn't stop Yang Kai from receiving benefits. Following each passing breath, Yang Kai found his understanding of the Tao of Time increasing slightly. This kind of comprehension differed slightly from what he received by refining temporal rivers back in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon. Temporal rivers were filled with time Tao essence and strength, so Yang Kai naturally could increase his attainments in the Tao of Time by refining and absorbing them into his small universe. However, that was only refining external energy. By fusing with the ancestral land, Yang Kai was now experiencing this mysterious land reminiscing about its past like he was thinking back to his own life's experience. Of course, those were illusions as the one with these memories was the divine spirit ancestral land. Yang Kai's current situation was more like using his body to replace that of the ancestral land. But this change didn't hinder Yang Kai from obtaining benefits. Yang Kai silently comprehended what was happening, and his emotions completely calmed, disregarding the changes in time and other things happening outside. Inside the ancestral land, that dense ancestral strength kept surging and flowed towards one spot. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan army outside the ancestral land stood there with their guards up. The 28 territory lords and several 7th Order Black Ink disciples treated this situation seriously and kept the Grand Array activated, sealing everything inside. Time gradually passed, and about 2 years later, an extremely fierce aura sped over from the far-off void, causing the innate territory lords to look in that direction with shocked expressions. Diwu had finally arrived. He had absorbed the power of a high-rank Black Ink nest and 13 territory lords who had sacrificed themselves to it. Naturally, he needed quite some time to refine everything and consolidate his new strength. Fortunately for him, the others had sealed this place with a grand array so that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, he wasn't in much of a hurry. Also, this counted as the first time the Black Ink clan produced a pseudo-royal lord with the source fusion technique, so the other territory lords were naturally curious about Diwu's condition. After they briefly probed Diwu, the territory lords all turned grim. That was because Diwu had a blaring aura. By comparing only their auras, Diwu seemed to have the strength of a real royal lord, but all of the territory lords knew that this was just an illusion. The reason Diwu's aura was so pronounced was that he could not control it. Royal lords didn't wantonly release their aura because they could perfectly control their strength. Therefore, the rampaging aura was a sign that Diwu couldn't actually handle his current power properly. It was obvious from this situation that no matter how strong an innate territory lord was, and what methods they used to bypass their innate shackles, there was still an absolute limit. Even though Diwu had received a power that was far above his original strength and had 2 years to adapt to it, it was still hard for him to fully control himself. Perhaps it would be impossible for him to gain full control over that power in his lifetime, or else he wouldn't be regarded as a pseudo-royal lord. Rather, he would be a true royal lord. Despite knowing all that, the innate territory lords were still envious of Diwu because their strength had been fixed since their birth. Who wouldn't want to become stronger? Especially when there was an unavoidable final battle between the Black Ink clan and humans brewing. More power meant better protection for oneself when facing the catastrophe that was about to sweep through the entire universe. It was a pity that the others could only admire Diwu because the birth of a pseudo-royal lord meant that a high-rank Black Ink nest and more than a dozen innate territory lords had to be sacrificed through the source fusion technique. The Black Ink clan could not create a large amount of pseudo-royal lords unless they were in a desperate situation, and even then it was doubtful if such sacrifice would be worth the gains. A while later, a deep, dark cloud arrived before them. Even the innate territory lords couldn't see Diwu's appearance because he was enveloped in extremely dense Black Ink strength. The shocking momentum and murderous intent coming from the Black Ink cloud made the territory lords even warier. When Diwu was still a territory lord, he was more of a staid individual, but now he was like a caged, ominous beast that had broken free, wanting to devour every person he saw. "Where is he?" Diwu's raspy voice came from within the cloud. The territory lord nearest to him quickly pointed in a specific direction. He should still be inside the ancestral land. Once that was said, the Black Ink cloud immediately shot towards the ground. A short while later, a violent vibration seemed to have come from below, accompanied by Diwu's angry roar, "Come out!" The world shook, and the wild shockwave made the void itself tremble. Even the Grand Array was slightly affected, forcing the territory lords to channel more strength to stabilize it quickly. Inside the ancestral land, the Black Ink cloud seemed like a rampant child as it continuously released the huge power it suddenly acquired. Soon, Diwu, who was inside the Black Ink cloud, noticed something strange. He clearly felt a dense ill will coming from all directions, like the world itself was rejecting his presence. It wouldn't have bothered him if that was all. But this strange will also had the power to suppress his strength, ancestral strength. Of course, Di Wu wouldn't be unaware of the most primitive strength of the divine spirits. It was just that he had never visited the ancestral land before and never anticipated that the ancestral strength here would be so dense. Being a pseudo-royal lord, even if he couldn't completely control his strength, dealing with an 8th Order open heaven master like Xianxia shouldn't have been a problem. However, the dense ancestral strength here suppressed almost half of Di Wu's strength, leaving him only slightly stronger than he originally was as an innate territory lord. Knowing Xianxia's ferocious reputation and ridiculous strength, Di Wu wasn't confident that he could win against him with such a limitation placed on him. He came here with full confidence, but now he was suddenly worried, which was quite embarrassing. In this situation, not only might he fail to kill Xianxia, but he was actually at risk of being the one killed. Looking around, he had a serious face as he prepared himself for Xianxia's sudden appearance. Luckily for him, there weren't any movements around him. Frowning, he began investigating his surroundings. He found that all the ancestral strength on this land was gathering in one direction. Is that bastard still cultivating? Di Wu vaguely muttered to himself after reaching his own conclusion. Under normal circumstances, he would have interrupted Xianxia's cultivation no matter what because, as an enemy, he couldn't just sit and watch Xianxia become stronger. That killing star was already too strong, so what benefit would there be to let him grow stronger? However, Di Wu currently had another plan. Since Xianxia was busy devouring the ancestral strength to cultivate, perhaps he should just let him be. After all, this land couldn't have an infinite amount of ancestral strength. Therefore, the longer Xianxia cultivated, the less ancestral strength there would be. Once all the ancestral strength here had been depleted, there would be nothing suppressing the Black Ink clan's strength, and by that time, he could exert his full power. Although Xianxia would also become stronger, as long as he didn't break through to the 9th Order open heaven realm, Di Wu was confident that he could defeat Xianxia. Could Xianxia break through to the 9th Order open heaven realm? The answer was no. This man had reached his limit at the 8th Order open heaven realm. The Black Ink clan wouldn't mess up such a critical piece of intelligence, or else they wouldn't have agreed to negotiate with the humans. Once he decided, Di Wu didn't remain any longer and flew up into the sky, heading back towards the Grand Array. When he returned, many pairs of eyes fell on him, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Luckily, he was hiding inside a thick black ink cloud, so the other territory lords couldn't see his face. I haven't mastered my current strength, so I'll let him live a while longer and head over to kill him once I've become better familiarized with myself. It was clearly an excuse, and the territory lords all knew what Di Wu was thinking. They secretly snickered, but didn't dare to show anything on the surface. Sir Di Wu, you're the one in charge. We will keep a close watch on Xianxia's movements. Di Wu nodded lightly. Inform me immediately if there are any changes. After saying that, he shot to the side and silently began familiarizing himself with his strength. Despite spending 2 years devouring the strength from the Black Ink Nest and 13 territory lords, this wasn't strength he had built up through his own efforts, so it was somewhat incompatible with him and rioted regularly. That was also one of the reasons he could not stop releasing his aura. If he let Xianxia continue to cultivate, he could also gradually polish the strength that didn't belong to him and make himself stronger. At the same time, in the depths of the ancestral land, Xianxia was still looking into the past while fusing with the ancestral land's aura. But a moment ago, there seemed to be a kind of external force that almost interrupted his cultivation. Fortunately, the interruption ended as swiftly as it arrived. In the meantime, the ancestral land's time had rewound to almost thousands of years ago, and Xianxia saw incidents that happened then. Once again, he saw himself moving around the ancestral land. That scene was when he first arrived at the ancestral land. Back then, the Kuan clan had forced him to open the land that had been sealed for ages, and it was also the first time he saw a black ink giant spirit god. Everything was going backwards as the time rewound while Xianxia, the bystander, watched everything that made the ancestral land what it was today. At the same time, the omnipresent ancestral strength was still continuously flowing into his dragon form, causing his dragon vein to constantly grow stronger. His original dragon form was 70,000 meters long, and his dragon clan bloodline was extremely pure. At that point, it would have been difficult for him to refine his dragon vein further without massive amounts of time. That was why his dragon form only grew about 1,000 meters after leaving the dragon pool. In such a state, only by returning to the dragon pool to cultivate would he have any possibility of quickly improving his dragon vein. But now, his dragon form was obviously changing as he continued to absorb more ancestral strength. As his dragon vein grew stronger, so did his attainment in the Tao of Time, which then increased the speed at which time was being rewound. For the first 2 years, the ancestral land only rewound through some 40,000 or so years. In the following 2 years, 50,000 years passed by. 2 more years later, 60,000 years. Xianxia had now witnessed historical moments that happened in the ancestral land over multiple millennia, and soon even reached the incident during the late ancient era where the 3rd-generation Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress made a blood sacrifice to seal the black ink giant spirit god. After watching that incident, Xianxia became even more silent. This review of time was now significantly longer than when he was cultivating in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, as he had only spent some 4,000 years there. This journey back through the ancestral lands past had lasted millions of years already, and he might need to spend a similar amount of time to return to the present. Outside the ancestral land, the Black Ink clan's 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda Array was still operating. Since no external forces were attacking this grand array, the territory lords only had to keep it active, which didn't require much strength at all, so they didn't feel tired. However, they didn't dare to slack off. It had now been several decades since they first set up this grand array, but they hadn't seen any traces of Xianxia. Only the continuous surging of ancestral strength below indicated that Xianxia was still cultivating. At the same time, Di Wu had been familiarizing himself with his strength. After the time he ignorantly barged into the ancestral land and caused a commotion, he didn't dare to step foot into the divine spirit ancestral land again. He couldn't use his full strength under the suppression of the rich ancestral strength and was afraid of encountering Xianxia under such conditions. Therefore, he could only stall for time, hoping that the ancestral land would someday be depleted of ancestral strength. During these dozens of years, though he didn't personally head back inside, he had ordered the territory lords to head inside the ancestral land to check the situation. However, the reports he received were disturbing. Even though several dozen years had passed, the ancestral strength was showing no signs of being depleted. It was as if this mysterious energy was completely inexhaustible. The royal lord had sent people over from the no-return pass to check on them a few times. Di Wu didn't dare lie, so he reported everything that happened honestly. The royal lord wasn't upset with him, though, and only instructed him to wait for the perfect opportunity. When the time came, he had to kill Xianxia in the ancestral land. In that sense, the royal lord wasn't worried about waiting. After getting the royal lord's reply, Di Wu felt more assured and was filled with determination as he waited. 100 years passed, but the situation inside the ancestral land remained unchanged. By now, Xianxia had rewound through untold ages. Currently, he was witnessing an abundance of divine spirits in the ancestral land. There were even some species that Xianxia had never seen or heard of before. This was during the early ancient era when the monster race ruled the universe and the divine spirit's glory had faded. Despite that fact, the ancestral land was still a paradise for the divine spirits. Rewinding further, he witnessed an unimaginably huge battle that happened in the ancestral land. That battle was an internal struggle between divine spirits. Those large bodies were as tall as the sky and broad as the earth, and during that period, the ancestral land was actually far broader than what it was now. That war resulted in many divine spirit species, and an enormous amount of divine spirit sources, shattering. Even a vast stretch of the ancestral land was destroyed. Further back was the primordial era. This was the time when the divine spirits ruled, and it was also when they were at their prime. They were so strong they were practically invincible. If they hadn't gone through that internal war, the monster race wouldn't have had a chance to rise up. Xianxia suddenly had a strange feeling, like he was witnessing something unfathomable. That feeling started vague, but as time passed and the longer he witnessed the ancestral land's reverse evolution, the more that feeling became obvious. At this moment, the rewinding of time was extremely fast, and many scenes were rushing by as though they were only flashes of memory. If Xianxia hadn't become one with the ancestral land and was currently relying on it to look back in time, he wouldn't have been able to see those scenes at all. It wasn't until one moment that all the divine spirits on the ancestral land had completely disappeared, and the entire land was filled with an ancient and barbaric aura, that a bright light flashed across the land before everything returned to stillness. Xianxia felt his heart skip a beat as he suddenly felt anxious. Then, for the first time, he took the initiative to activate the time principles to affect the huge ancestral land. The rate of time rewinding slowly and gradually came to a stop. It was then that Xianxia was able to get a closer look at this land. The ancestral land of this era was different from all other eras because this was what it looked like before divine spirits and ancestral strength existed. In this era, the ancestral land was only a vast, empty expanse. Such an ordinary world could be found everywhere in the 3,000 worlds of this time. Xianxia didn't see the bright light from before and knew he had gone too far back in time. After that realization, he couldn't help but feel anxious as he vaguely felt he had missed something of critical importance. It was meaningless to continue looking back in time as the ancestral land was now just an ordinary continent. Xianxia wouldn't be able to get any new information if he just let things proceed. How this continent became the divine spirit ancestral land was the most important piece of information, and that bright light that flashed past just now, Xianxia immediately surged his time principles, making the ancestral land lock onto that specific time and dig into the memories branded deep inside it. Slowly, time began to flow again, but this time, it wasn't flowing backwards but forwards from the point at which Xianxia had stopped. The vast and barren land was quiet and without any vitality except the lush green forests. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the sky and illuminated everything. The light was so bright that it lit up every part of the continent that would be the ancestral land. When Xianxia was rewinding the time, he caught a glimpse of the primordial light, but it flashed by so fast that even he couldn't be sure he could capture its true appearance. That was why he decided to use time principles to take a closer look. Never had he seen such a bright and powerful light. It was as if all the colors in existence had combined into this ball of light but didn't fuse. Every color was radiating its own glow. This scene made Xianxia subconsciously think of the primordial light he had been searching for. Xianxia suddenly had the urge to laugh. He had spent hundreds of years visiting one great territory after another, trying to find any trace of the primordial light only to come up empty. Then, he came to the ancestral land and decided to abandon his search. However, he didn't expect that he would be able to see the primordial light while looking into the ancestral land's past. How could he have stumbled upon such fortune? After thinking about it, Xianxia thought this was a preordained result. Since the primordial light had a close connection to the burning light, serene glimmer, and all divine spirits, of course, Xianxia would see something related to it in the ancestral land's past. This was also why Xianxia came to the divine spirit ancestral land in the first place. But he didn't expect that the connection would be so direct and that he would manage to see the primordial light's actual form while rewinding time. This was certainly the most important moment for this world. So Xianxia focused all his attention and carefully observed what happened, not daring to miss the slightest detail. He had a feeling that he might be able to solve many mysteries surrounding the primordial light today. However, an external force suddenly attacked at that moment, surprising Xianxia and almost severing him from this strange situation. Xianxia was shocked and quickly calmed himself down before focusing his attention on controlling time principles to make time flow forward faster. He didn't know what was happening outside and only knew that he had seen the Black Ink clan set up some sort of grand array outside the ancestral land when he just began peering into the past. Therefore, he suspected that the external attacking force might have something to do with the Black Ink clan. If he didn't speed things up, there was a huge possibility that he would be completely interrupted and forced out of this mysterious state, which was naturally something he couldn't accept. It had been extremely difficult for him to come this far, so she couldn't stop at the cusp of success, only to return empty-handed. He quickly felt rage rising up inside him, but the destabilization of his mood seemed to disrupt his state of mind even further, so he quickly calmed himself and discarded all distracting thoughts. Soon, he saw the bright light sweeping down from the void. Thousands of colors flickered within the light, making for a beautiful sight. That light was flawless, just as one would expect from the first light in this world. However, Xianxia soon noticed that the primordial light was extremely unstable. The countless colors within the light were in conflict with each other, and even the light's true form showed signs of collapsing. After observing it for a while, Xianxia realized that this was the primordial light after it had separated out the powers of the yang and yin. It already had some deficiencies, so it was no longer in its perfect state. Before coming here, the primordial light had lost the power of the yang and yin. After countless years of confusion and silence, those two most fundamental energies would transform into the burning light and serene glimmer. Since those two had conflicting powers, they then unconsciously created the chaotic dead territory. How could the primordial light maintain stability when it had lost its two most fundamental energies? In a blink of an eye, the primordial light ruthlessly crashed down onto the most primitive continent from billions of kilometers away. At that instant, the light enveloped every inch of the ancestral land, and the thousands of different colors splashed out across the world. The heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array outside the ancestral land, the 4 gates 8 palaces great pagoda array, was still active. Meanwhile, inside the ancestral land, Diwu was recklessly releasing his strength to vent his rage. 300 years had passed. He had been waiting here for 300 years, but there were still no signs of Xianxia. Although the royal lord in the no-return pass didn't urge him, he knew that not taking down Xianxia after such a long time showed his inability. It wouldn't be too bad if he were a territory lord, but now that he was a royal lord, though not a true royal lord, he still represented the peak of the Black Ink clan. Before, Diwu dared not head too deep inside the ancestral land because he was still unfamiliar with the huge, new power inside him. Also, the extremely dense ancestral strength of this place had a massive suppressive effect on him. Back then, he wasn't confident in defeating Xianxia even if he managed to lure him out. So many years of waiting weren't in vain though, because 200 years ago, the ancestral strength in the ancestral land began gradually decreasing and thinning out day by day. Until this day, the amount of ancestral strength remained stagnant. Now, although there was still ancestral strength in the ancestral land, it wasn't nearly as dense as it was 300 years ago. It was at a level that Diwu could tolerate. Of course, the more important reason was that he had finally gained more control over his strength after so long. It was impossible to fully control the strength he obtained from the Black Ink Nest and 13 sacrificed territory lords because if he could, he wouldn't be a pseudo-royal lord but a real royal lord. In other words, by using the source fusion technique, the total strength Diwu possessed wasn't any less than a real royal lord, but his ability to control that strength was inferior to one. Now that the environment had changed and he had gained better control over his strength, Diwu finally had the bravery to attack. Every time Diwu attacked with his majestic black ink strength, the ancestral land would tremble. If this had been an ordinary universe world, it wouldn't have withstood the ruthless bombardment of a pseudo-royal lord and might have been shattered already. However, the divine spirit ancestral land was different. This was a continent that had existed since the primordial era and had nurtured numerous divine spirits. Whether it was the land's robustness or the strength of its grand Tao and principles, all were far beyond ordinary. While Xianxia was looking into the past, he even witnessed the internal war between the divine spirits. There were countless powerful divine spirits involved in that battle, including many as strong as the Dragon Emperors and Phoenix Empresses, which made it difficult to estimate how many divine spirits had died in that battle. That war was definitely among the most shocking the universe had ever witnessed, with few if any matching its magnitude and intensity. Even that great battle that involved the entire ancestral land didn't destroy this world though and only damaged it somewhat, so how could a lone pseudo-royal lord be capable of that? Therefore, Diwu couldn't help but be dumbfounded after releasing a series of attacks. The divine spirit ancestral land was far more mysterious than he imagined, and most importantly, his actions seemed to have evoked hatred and resistance from this world. The humans had an old saying, "The world lives." Even a relatively young universe world like the star boundary had its own will, let alone one as ancient and vast as the ancestral land. When the primordial light fell onto the ancestral land and turned into numerous colorful rays of light, the ancestral land's consciousness appeared. As a result, This world's will was far stronger and purer than other universe worlds. If this wasn't the case, the ancestral land wouldn't have shown such favoritism to Xianxia. All of this was because the ancestral land could feel the golden divine dragon source inside Xianxia was one of those colorful rays. Of course, Di Wu's efforts weren't totally in vain, as he had almost shaken Xianxia from his strange state. If he had succeeded, Xianxia would have been frustrated to the point that he spat blood. After using so much time to witness the ancestral land's history and evolution, he had reached a moment of critical importance, so failing at this point would be too much to bear. Luckily for him, he quickly calmed down his emotions after noticing the strange sensation. "Come out!" Di Wu's roar spread throughout the entire ancestral land, especially in the direction the ancestral strength was moving in. He could roughly guess where Xianxia was hiding, but since he couldn't break the ancestral land apart, he didn't have a way to get Xianxia to come out. He had been waiting here for long enough and wasn't willing to continue idling. So, he decided that no matter what, he must make Xianxia come out of hiding and kill him. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar came from below the surface. It sounded furious, and Di Wu could clearly feel a powerful aura rising from below. Di Wu wasn't surprised but happy because, to him, making Xianxia come out was the most difficult task. As for killing Xianxia, Di Wu thought that it wouldn't take too much effort to kill him, so he immediately prepared. Right after he had readied himself, that strong aura closed in. Following that, a huge golden dragon head suddenly appeared from the ground. That dragon head had 2 horns with thick dragon scales all over its body. Its dragon beard was swaying under its widely opened mouth that looked like it could bite away a mountain. The dragon's mouth bit down fiercely at Di Wu as though it was about to swallow him whole. Time principles surged, and even with his newfound strength, Di Wu couldn't help but fall into a daze. Luckily for him, he instantly woke up and quickly retreated. The dragon chased after him with eyes that were filled with fiery rage, seemingly wanting to burn him to ashes. In that moment of running and chasing, the pseudo-royal lord and dragon leapt 1,000 kilometers into the sky, and it was only then that Di Wu caught a glimpse of what this dragon looked like. It was a huge dragon form that seemed to be 100,000 meters long. Though the dragon head was right before him, the dragon tail seemed to stretch out forever, and the dragon pressure was so strong that it was like a furious wind that shook the world around it. Di Wu felt his heart sink. Is this guy Xianxia? He couldn't help but doubt whether the intelligence had been mistaken because the being before him wasn't an ordinary dragon, or even a powerful ancient dragon, but quite possibly a divine dragon. According to the information the Black Ink clan had obtained, while Xianxia possessed a potent dragon clan bloodline, he was still far from becoming a divine dragon. Xianxia's dragon form was supposed to be just 70,000 meters long. But the dragon before him was unquestionably 100,000 meters in length. A 100,000-meter-long dragon was a divine dragon, a master superior to ordinary royal lords and Ninth-Order Open Heaven Realm masters. Not to mention Di Wu, who was a mere pseudo-royal lord. Even the royal lord back at the No Return Pass would have to act cautiously if he encountered a divine dragon. However, there was only one white divine dragon left among the dragon clan, and that divine dragon had flown into the depths of the Black Ink battlefield over 1,000 years ago, disappearing without a trace. How could there be a second divine dragon here now? Along with everything he saw these past 300 years, Di Wu immediately concluded that the divine dragon in front of him was indeed Xianxia, and these years of cultivation allowed him to gain significant growth. This is bad. My pseudo-royal lord strength is enough to crush an 8th Order master. But if Xianxia has become a divine dragon, I'm the one in danger of dying today. While Di Wu was panicking, Xianxia was also shocked and half of the rage in his eyes faded. A royal lord? How could there be a royal lord here? Previously, an external force almost interrupted his hard work of many years, so Xianxia was naturally furious. After witnessing the primordial light landing on the ancestral land and what happened shortly after, he furiously charged out from the depths of the ancestral land. It seemed like he had been too lenient and determined to adhere to the agreement between the two races. The Black Ink clan might have forgotten what it felt like to fear him, So Yang Kai had decided to teach them a lesson about the consequences of enraging him. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai wouldn't be so reckless and would instead examine the situation before devising a plan. But his strange experience made his consciousness spend millions of years in the past. So his subconscious took over and did everything instinctively under the influence of his rage. When he felt the aura of the Black Ink clansmen in front of him, though, he finally regained his senses. The Black Ink clan wouldn't challenge him if they weren't confident that they could kill him. So, the royal lord before him was undoubtedly the Black Ink clan's trump card. Has the one at the no-return pass come all the way here? Wait, this royal lord isn't the one from the no-return pass. Yang Kai had encountered the royal lord from the no-return pass a few times, so he knew what he looked like. However, the Black Ink clansman before him was someone he had never seen before. The Black Ink clan actually has a second royal lord. Yang Kai was shocked. If the Black Ink clan had a second royal lord, wouldn't that mean they could have a third or a fourth? At that instant, Yang Kai suddenly had no idea how many years he had spent in the ancestral land. Could he have been here for a few 1,000 years? If not, how could the Black Ink clan have a new royal lord? But no matter what it was, he couldn't remain here and fight a meaningless battle. The escaping and pursuing pair were both lost in their own thoughts at the same time, but came to their senses just as quickly. Following that, the dragon released a powerful dragon breath from its huge maw, which became a blast of raging golden fire threatening to burn the sky down. In response, Di-Wu threw a few punches that were surging with Black Ink strength with all his might. A loud boom sounded in the air, and the dragon breath was put out while the Black Ink strength dispersed. Yang Kai and Di-Wu were both sent flying. The huge golden dragon suddenly shrunk and returned to human form. Then Yang Kai immediately flew away without turning back. He didn't have any intention of fighting a royal lord. With his current strength, it was still quite difficult for him to kill a royal lord, and he was anxious to find out what had happened in the outside world. How long had he been here, and what was the state of the human side? However, he had only flown a short distance when he heard an angry roar from above. "Get down!" Immediately after that, the void trembled and a huge bolt of lightning came crashing down on him. Although the bolt wasn't overpowering, it wasn't weak either. Not expecting to encounter an ambush, Yang Kai looked up and saw a territory lord holding an array banner while pointing at him from afar, looking nervous but feigning calm. Yang Kai coldly snorted before manipulating space principles, preparing to flee. But just as his instantaneous movement activated, it sputtered and he was ejected from the void. That short pause caused the thunderbolt to hit him directly, making him tremble. Even a few strands of his hair were made to stand on end. A heaven-sealing earth-locking array. At the thought of that, Yang Kai's face fell as a memory from the depths of his mind emerged. He vaguely recalled that when he was looking back in time, he saw a group of territory lords setting up some sort of grand array outside the ancestral land. Now it seemed like they had sealed the ancestral land. No wonder the Black Ink clan dared to attack me. It's because of this. Instantaneous movement was indeed one of the most mysterious and unpredictable techniques among space techniques, and Yang Kai relied on it to escape from many masters in the past. However, the Black Ink clan's arrangement prevented this secret technique from activating. With the heaven-sealing earth locking in effect, everywhere inside this grand array was cut off from the outside, meaning if one wanted to leave, one had to destroy the grand array first. It wouldn't be easy to break such a grand array, though. Not only was a royal lord targeting him, but Yang Kai was sure that this grand array had other functions besides being heaven-sealing earth-locking. The thunderbolt that hit him just now was obviously created by this grand array because Black Ink clansmen didn't have such an ability. Having charged out in a fury but being met with such an awkward situation, Yang Kai couldn't care about being angry anymore. Adding on to the fact that his consciousness had witnessed millions of years of the ancestral land's history, he was still a little muddle-headed and knew this wasn't the time to get entangled in a battle with the Black Ink clan. At the very least, he had to figure out his current situation first. Thinking so, Yang Kai didn't hesitate, and his figure flickered before instantly disappearing. He didn't use instantaneous movement to leave. Instead, he escaped into the depths of the ancestral land and concealed his aura. The ancestral land was incredibly firm, And even Di Wu, a pseudo-royal lord, couldn't cause any real damage to it despite attacking with full force. However, Yang Kai didn't feel any resistance from the land when escaping to its depths. That was because this land had shown its pampering attitude towards Yang Kai. This was just like how he was a Star Boundary's great emperor and could instantly travel to any corner of it with just a thought as long as he was within its borders. Although he wasn't the great emperor chosen by the ancestral land's world's will, he was not far from it. Next, Yang Kai's divine sense flowed out like the tide and quickly examined the ancestral land and its surrounding void, which was indeed enveloped by an unknown grand array that had sealed this place and separated it from the outside world. Yang Kai's face fell. It was bold of the Black Ink clan to come after him, but judging by the arrangements they had made, they did have the capital to do so. With a royal lord overseeing the heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array, and who knows how many innate territory lords hiding in the dark, the Black Ink clan could take the risk to fight for victory. How many years has it been since I came to the ancestral land? Calming down, Yang Kai began estimating the days and soon felt relieved. Thankfully, it had only been 300 years. When he saw an unfamiliar royal lord, Yang Kai worried he had spent thousands or even tens of thousands of years in the ancestral land, but it seemed only 300 had passed. Though 300 years wasn't a short amount of time, it wasn't too long either, as Yang Kai had just previously spent 1,700 years in retreat. In such a short period, the situation between the Black Ink clan and human race couldn't have changed much. However, since that was the case, where did this unfamiliar royal lord come from? Logically speaking, a territory lord wouldn't have grown to become a royal lord in such a short time frame. Could it be that this royal lord had been hiding in the dark all this while? But that seemed impossible because if the Black Ink clan had a second royal lord available, they wouldn't have hidden him away. With the situation on the battlefield, if the Black Ink clan deployed a royal lord, the humans would at least have to give up a few more great territory battlefields and countless more of Eighth Order masters would have died in battle. Yang Kai couldn't figure this point, and soon worried about something even more disturbing. If the Black Ink clan had a second royal lord, would there be a third, or perhaps even more? If that were the case, the humans would be in trouble. Temporarily discarding such worries, Yang Kai calmed down and tried to reach the World Tree, thinking of using Old Tree's power to help him get out of this situation. If he succeeded, he could instantly head to the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. He had done something similar before in Acacia territory back then. The Black Ink clan still couldn't figure out how Yang Kai left Acacia territory with more than 10,000 human refugees when they had blockaded all the territory gates and never saw a trace of Yang Kai. As Yang Kai had refined thousands of universes' worlds back then, he and the World Tree's connection couldn't be broken. Even in a place like the Black Ink battlefield, that wasn't possible. In fact, even now, there was still a connection between them. But Yang Kai's plan of using the World Tree's strength to escape this situation proved impossible. Unless he could break the seal of the heaven-sealing earth-locking Grand Array, he wouldn't be able to head to the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Though Yang Kai had somewhat expected this, he still felt frustrated. After figuring out his situation, and having spent time in a type of cultivation trace, Yang Kai was no longer so anxious. Now, it seemed like this wasn't a well-thought-out conspiracy enacted over thousands of years by the Black Ink clan, but just a plan which took advantage of fortuitous circumstances. His long stay in the ancestral land had simply allowed them to act against him. If he hadn't remained in the ancestral land for so long, or fallen into a near unconscious state because he was witnessing the ancestral land reminiscing about its past, he wouldn't have been oblivious to the changes in his surroundings. It wasn't that Yang Kai wasn't cautious enough. There were just some unexpected things in this world that could not be avoided. Moreover, he was only trapped here, which couldn't be compared to the benefits he received while witnessing the ancestral land's evolution. That multicolored light entity. Even when he recalled that moment, Yang Kai couldn't hide his shock. The world couldn't have such a magnificent light anymore. Naturally, the primordial light that was born at the beginning of the universe was the most magnificent of all lights. Towards the end of the rewound time, Yang Kai saw the primordial light crash onto the ancestral land and explode. A myriad of colorful lights dispersed and melted into this ancient and barren world, turning it from ordinary to extraordinary. Later, This vast land gradually became a land filled with a mysterious energy that still existed today. The places where those colorful streams of light landed had experienced the passing of countless years before gradually giving rise to the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and many other divine spirit clans. In the end, this land became the divine spirit's birthplace and homeland. More importantly, this was also why the divine spirit's strength could restrain black ink's strength to a certain degree. The divine spirits were the same as the burning light and serene glimmer. They were all born from the primordial light, so all of them came from the same source. The rumor that said the burning light and serene glimmer were the progenitors of the divine spirits was just nonsense. The more accurate description would be that the burning light and serene glimmer were the big brother and big sister of all divine spirits because they were the ones that were first separated from the primordial light. Those two had lived since the primordial era until now, and their strength was pure and unchanged throughout history. On the other hand, the divine spirits had gone through generations after generations of inheritance, so the characteristics of their strength had diverged from the primordial light over the eons and had a less obvious effect on black ink strength compared to the purifying light. When Xianxia saw what finally happened to the primordial light, he knew that it was impossible to find it because how could he search for something that didn't exist anymore? Unless he could really turn back time and return to the primordial era to stop the primordial light before it disappeared, but that was not something a human could do. Luckily, Xianxia had long given up hope of relying on the primordial light. The humans had to rely on themselves to eliminate MO. Since humans had become the favorite of this era, Xianxia naturally had to take up the responsibility of protecting it. If he couldn't even take up such a small responsibility, he would have no right to exist. As for the primordial light, Xianxia had a general understanding of its history and end, but there was one thing he cared about. While he was watching the primordial light crash onto the ancestral land and explode, he could vaguely make out a blurry and distorted human figure at the place the light landed. However, the rays of light were too intense, so he couldn't make out what that was. Does the primordial light have a connection with humans as well? What could it be? While the monster race were the descendants of the divine spirits, created to battle one another, humans had been born from the universe's energy itself. The primordial era and early ancient era all had traces of human activity, but the humans were far too weak back then. So, no matter whether it was the divine spirits or the monster race, they all saw humans as ants unworthy of their attention. It wasn't until the late ancient era when Song and the other martial ancestors were enlightened by the world tree and created the open heaven realm cultivation method that true masters began emerging from the humans who could resist the rampant monster race and divine spirits. Later, it was the human race that gradually assumed the position of rulers of the universe. Humans were born weak and couldn't even be compared to the average beast in their formative years, but perhaps because of their humble beginnings, humans had infinite possibilities for their futures. Xianxia soon stopped thinking about this matter because he had decided not to insist on finding the primordial light, and it was meaningless to think about these things at the moment. The most important thing now was to solve the problem he was currently facing. Since a grand array had sealed this place and stopped him from escaping, his only option was to fight his way out. Even if it meant fighting a royal lord, Xianxia had to try. Among his current means, the soul-rending thorns were still the sharpest weapon he had to deal with a royal lord. The soul-rending thorns were what played the biggest role when he killed a royal lord outside the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. Back then, he had used 4 soul-rending thorns consecutively, which caused him to fall into a dazed state, but with how strong his soul was now, Xianxia estimated he could use 5 soul-rending thorns at once and still barely maintain lucidity. No matter how that royal lord guarded himself, 5 soul-rending thorns could critically injure his soul. Moreover, Xianxia's strength had reached the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, so he was far stronger than he was when he had just come out of the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. He was able to kill that royal lord back then mainly because he was lucky, but luck was never something one could rely on. However, Xianxia soon brightened up because he discovered that his dragon vein had grown significantly stronger after 300 years of cultivation. Just now, though he had managed to battle the royal lord in his dragon form for a short while, he didn't pay any attention to the changes in his dragon vein. After examining himself though, Xianxia could feel that his dragon vein seemed to have hit a bottleneck. It was the bottleneck between the ancient dragon realm and the divine dragon realm. If he could achieve a breakthrough, he would be able to advance from an ancient dragon into a divine dragon. This realization greatly enthused Yang Kai. A divine dragon was in existence on the same level as a royal lord or ninth order master. Also, in general, a divine dragon would be stronger than other masters in the equivalent realm. When Yang Kai met Fu Guang in the depths of the dragon pool, the latter was in the same state as he was currently. But Fu Guang was now a white divine dragon. Even without transforming into his dragon form, Yang Kai knew that he had reached an astonishing 99,999 meters in length. Once he could take that last step forward, he could reach the 100,000-meter mark and regain the glory of the third-generation Dragon Emperor whose source he had inherited. If so, he wouldn't be embarrassing the third-generation Dragon Emperor who had passed away. Yang Kai's gold divine dragon source came from the third-generation Dragon Emperor, and the third-generation Dragon Emperor didn't only have a 100,000-meter dragon form. 100,000 meters was only the minimum required length to reach the divine dragon realm, while only the strongest among divine dragons would have the right to be crowned a Dragon Emperor and command the Dragon Clan. During the third-generation Dragon Emperor's era, there wasn't just one divine dragon in the Dragon Clan, so being able to stand out among all the divine dragons meant that the third-generation Dragon Emperor was indeed unmatched. But even such a strong master had paid the ultimate price along with the Phoenix Empress of that era just to suppress and seal the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, which clearly showed how powerful a Black Ink Giant Spirit God was. In regards to the speed of cultivation among dragons, Yang Kai was ridiculously fast. Looking at today's Dragon Clan, he could be said to be the second strongest dragon after Fu Guang. He had expected his dragon vein to be refined because ancestral strength constantly flowed into his dragon form while he had been hiding deep below the ancestral land these 300 years. It would be stranger if his dragon vein had not been further refined. At this moment, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the ancestral strength in the ancestral land had thinned out a lot because of him. The refining of his dragon vein had caused his dragon form to grow from 70,000 meters to 99,999 meters. As for the increased length of his dragon form, though it didn't bring any benefits to his open heaven cultivation, his strength had undoubtedly increased. At the very least, the intrepidness of his physique and ability to withstand punishment had increased appreciably, which would be of great importance when battling the royal lord later. However, the benefits didn't stop there. The Dragon Clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of Time, so the more refined their dragon vein was, the higher their attainments in the Tao of Time rose. That was one of the benefits gained from inheriting a divine spirit bloodline. The Dragon Clan didn't need to have strong comprehensive skills. As long as their bloodline reached a certain purity, they would naturally comprehend things that ordinary people couldn't. Yang Kai could clearly feel that his attainments in the Tao of Time had greatly increased. Since coming out of the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, his Tao of Time could be said to have reached the 7th level, standing above all others within sight. All these years of constantly absorbing the things he gained from the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, he had gone much further in this stage. Now, following the growth of his dragon vein, Yang Kai's attainment in the Tao of Time had entirely surpassed the 7th level and reached the 8th level, summiting the peak. It was now on the same level as his Tao of Space. All this while, Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Space had always led his attainments in the Tao of Time. This wasn't only because he had been cultivating the Tao of Space for longer, but also because he had a natural aptitude in the Tao of Space. If he hadn't obtained an extremely pure Dragon Clan bloodline, there was a huge possibility that he wouldn't have any attainments in the Tao of Time at all. Now that his attainments in these two grand Taos had become even, they had a huge effect on him. The first was that time in his small universe now flowed even faster. If the previous speed of time in his small universe was between 6 and 7 times faster than in the outside world, it was now 10 times faster. The faster flow of time in his small universe meant that his heritage would increase faster as well. Of course, this didn't hold much meaning to Yang Kai anymore because he would soon reach his innate limit in the open heaven martial Tao. Once he reached that peak, his heritage and realm wouldn't improve no matter how much strength he accumulated. However, if he could break through the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm's restrictions, this change would become very meaningful. The 9th Order Open Heaven Realm was a new start, and a 10 times flow rate of time in his small universe could help him save many years of bitter cultivation. While the changes in his small universe's time flow were directly affected by his advancement in mastery of the Tao of Time, there was another effect that wasn't so direct. That was with his strongest secret technique, the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. A long while ago, Xianxia had noticed that because his attainments in the Tao of Time and Tao of Space had some disparity, he would always feel like there was something incomplete with the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, limiting its power. The Sun and Moon Divine Wheel was a secret technique that combined both Grand Taos to create a brand new space-time strength. Since his attainments in the two Grand Taos were different, with one slightly higher than the other, this space-time strength was unstable. That was why he couldn't perfectly combine the full strength of those two Grand Taos. Xianxia had previously surmised that when both these Grand Taos had reached the same level of mastery, he might be able to use the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel's complete power. But after so many years, even he didn't have a way to force the two Grand Taos into a balanced state. That was until today. Since Xianxia's attainments in the Tao of Space and Tao of Time had both reached the 8th level, how much power would he be able to exert when he used them to activate the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel? At the thought of that, Xianxia became excited and secretly decided to test this out as soon as possible. With the growth of his dragon form, improvement of his dragon vein, and new attainments in the Tao of Time, Xianxia's overall strength had increased dramatically over the past 300 years. So what if he had to face a royal lord? Since he couldn't escape, he would just have to kill his way out. However, he first needed to understand the Black Ink Clan's plan. When he was fighting with that royal lord earlier, everything happened too quickly and he was too muddle-headed, so he didn't have time to carefully assess the situation. The only thing he knew was that there was a heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array outside the ancestral land, a royal lord waiting for a chance to strike, and an unknown number of innate territory lords lurking in the shadows, observing the situation. At the same time, in the sky above the ancestral land, the arrogant expression on Diwu's face was gone, replaced with one of uncertainty. After becoming a pseudo-royal lord and gaining tremendous strength, he was confident that he could succeed in killing Xianxia. But how could he have anticipated that a single clash with Xianxia would terrify him so greatly? Xianxia was just a half-step away from becoming a divine dragon, and in his fluster earlier, Diwu nearly turned around and ran. Luckily for him, Xianxia ran even quicker, or else he might have humiliated himself. Now that Diwu carefully thought back on the previous exchange, though Xianxia's aura was indeed powerful, it had not yet reached the stage of a divine dragon. Diwu had previously felt the aura of the white divine dragon back at the no-return pass and clearly remembered that it was far more imposing and majestic than the aura Xianxia exuded. Although that guy has grown significantly while cultivating in the ancestral land, he has still yet to break through that final barrier, so he should still be an ancient dragon. Having realized that, Diwu felt relieved. If Xianxia really had become a divine dragon, Diwu would have no choice but to flee. Diwu was a pseudo-royal lord, while Xianxia could be regarded as a pseudo-divine dragon. So the two were on par, with neither side being the genuine article. In fact, being a pseudo-royal lord meant that he was the stronger of the two because he possessed the raw strength of a royal lord. Even if he couldn't control that strength properly, he still had it, as opposed to Xianxia whose total strength was still lacking by comparison. Now that Xianxia had gone into hiding though, things had become difficult for him because, if he couldn't damage the ancestral land with his strength, he wouldn't be able to find Xianxia. In short, although the Black Ink Clan had cut off Xianxia's hope of escape with the heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array, as long as Xianxia didn't reveal himself, there was no way for them to kill him. This was what troubled Diwu the most. Before coming here, he didn't expect the situation in the ancestral land would turn out like this. Diwu could sense Xianxia's divine sense probing around, checking the situation, but he couldn't pinpoint where the latter was, so he could only sit and wait. Just as he was thinking about how to lure Xianxia out, he suddenly felt the latter's aura appear somewhere inside the ancestral land. Over there! Diwu turned his head and saw Xianxia's figure shooting up into the sky. Then, he immediately moved his body and shot towards Xianxia while shouting, "Stop him!" They couldn't let Xianxia hide within the depths of the ancestral land again. As Diwu shouted his order, a thick bolt of lightning shot down from above. The innate territory lords responsible for maintaining the Grand Array had activated one of its functions, a killing array. Numerous lightning bolts appeared in the sky, resembling a thunder dragon flying through the sky and instantly stopping before Yang Kai. Yang Kai's figure flickered across the sky as he easily dodged the attack, but the thunder dragon chased him as if it had a mind of its own. At the same time, more bolts of lightning rained down from above. Yang Kai managed to dodge many of these attacks before finally arriving at the edge of the Grand Array. With the Azure Dragon's spear in hand, he unleashed a powerful thrust. Space shattered, and even the Grand Array shook, revealing the figure of an innate territory lord in one of the array nodes. He was the one who first summoned lightning bolts just now. When the two pairs of eyes met, the innate territory lord shivered as he was filled with terror. Among all the humans, there were a few masters that the Black Ink clan was wary of, but there was only one that inspired fear in all. This couldn't be helped as too many innate territory lords had died at Yang Kai's hands. Even if 3 innate territory lords ran into him, their deaths were almost assured if they couldn't quickly receive assistance from more territory lords. Even though they had the Grand Array as a barrier between them, the innate territory lord didn't feel the slightest bit secure. He would have long fled by now if he didn't need to operate the Grand Array. However, he was a crucial part of this Grand Array, so he couldn't escape. The only thing he could do was to fiercely gather his strength while channeling it into the array banner, trying to strengthen the barrier in front of him. Fortunately, Yang Kai only attacked once before he immediately flew away with no intention of striking again. It wasn't because he didn't want to strike again, but because he couldn't. The royal lord was about to arrive, and lightning bolts were closing in on him from all sides. Any delay could land him in a critical situation. However, that one spear attack gave Yang Kai some insight into this heaven-sealing earth-locking Grand Array, and he realized it wasn't nearly as sturdy as he originally thought. With his strength, he could easily break through this Grand Array given half a cup of tea's time without any distractions. Of course, Black Ink clan wasn't going to give him a chance to do that. With the continuous strikes condensed by the territory lords operating the Grand Array, Yang Kai soon noticed that the bolts of lightning were increasing in number so rapidly that there was almost no place for him to run anymore. Therefore, he could only use space principles to exile his body to the void. The moment his figure turned illusory, the many lightning bolts hit their mark. Since Yang Kai had phased his body though, he managed to avoid most of the attack, while the remnants didn't have enough power to harm him. This was the biggest advantage of having an extremely pure dragon vein. The Dragon Clan was unparalleled when it came to physical resilience and even had a high degree of resistance when it came to most secret techniques and divine abilities. So, it wouldn't matter if he was hit by some of the attacks. But before Yang Kai had the time to recover, 4 figures suddenly jumped out at him, each charging at him with their auras blazing. They were 4 innate territory lords that had been hiding nearby. These 4 innate territory lords had linked their auras in a battle formation which Yang Kai was very familiar with. Frowning, Yang Kai muttered, "For symbols formation, the 3 fortunes, for symbols, 5 elements, 6 paths, 7 stars, 8 desolations, and 9 palaces were the most standard battle formations of the human race which were used by its soldiers on the Black Ink battlefield in particularly dangerous or dire circumstances. For example, when their warships were destroyed. A warship was the largest reliance a human squad had when fighting against the Black Ink clan. Whether it was back at the Black Ink battlefield or on the current Great Territory battlefields, when both races fought, the humans were outnumbered. The only reason the humans could persevere was that the average strength of their soldiers was greater than that of the Black Ink clans, and they had warships. Each warship was essentially a mobile fortress with numerous artifacts that could greatly enhance the offensive and defensive capabilities of its crew. If the humans didn't have warships, they would have been wiped out long ago. Without mentioning anything else, it was difficult for humans to resist the corruption of Black Ink strength when they were either too weak or injured. However, a warship could offer such human safety and protection. After so many years, the humans had used countless resources to build and maintain their warships. It could be said that the number of resources used on warships was larger than the amount cultivators used to cultivate. Every time there was a large-scale battle, warships were damaged and destroyed. Once a warship was destroyed, though, the human soldiers would have to face the Black Ink clan's attack and the corruption of Black Ink strength without this additional layer of protection. When that happened, The survivors would often use battle formations to greatly increase their chances of surviving. 3 humans could create a formation called the 3 Fortunes formation. Add 1 more person and it would be the 4 Symbols formation. 5 people would form the 5 Elements formation and so on and so forth until one reached the 9 Palaces formation. Under normal circumstances, the more humans in a battle formation, the stronger it would be. When Xianxia was on the Black Ink battlefield, he led the many 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Dawn Squad to form the 8 Desolations formation several times to kill their enemies, producing outstanding results. However, such battle formations could not be formed on a whim as they needed a long period of joint practice. Additionally, the people forming a battle formation had to be familiar with and trust each other because once it was formed, not just their auras, but their very lives would become linked. If one suffered, all suffered, and if one prospered, all prospered. If there wasn't enough trust between partners, it would be impossible to even form a battle formation, much less bring out its full strength. On the Great Territory battlefields, there were significantly fewer 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters than Territory Lords, but the reason the humans could stubbornly resist the Black Ink clan's continuous onslaught was that they made good use of battle formations. The Black Ink clan generally wouldn't use such formations because they didn't trust each other like how the human cultivators would. Rather than wasting their time and effort in forming battle formations, they preferred fighting alone because they could more freely use their strengths. Xianxia had never encountered a situation where the Black Ink clan used a battle formation, and never expected to see it happen today. More importantly, it was 4 innate territory lords that formed this formation, which illustrated the Black Ink clan's determination to kill him. In the face of the huge pressure of confronting Xianxia, these 4 territory lords had set aside all their reservations and banded together to defeat this formidable enemy. These 4 territory lords with linked auras charged forward, and though Xianxia could see at a glance that their battle formation wasn't tightly bonded, he didn't want to be entangled with them for too long. With a sweep of his spear, Xianxia thrust out more than a dozen times in the direction of those territory lords to slow down their approach. Then, he quickly flew downwards before immediately shooting away. Those 4 territory lords immediately changed directions and chased after him. The royal lord also quickly changed directions, trying to cut Xianxia off. Despite there not being much difference in their speed, Xianxia was proficient in space techniques, so it wasn't easy for the royal lord to block him. After flying around the ancestral land several times, the Black Ink clansmen sadly found that although they had taken advantage of the time Xianxia was cultivating to seal him here, there was nothing they could do about him if he didn't fight them head-on. On the contrary, Xianxia had managed to discover the Black Ink clan's strength with his constant probing. This made Di Wu furious. At that moment, a voice entered Di Wu's ear. It was from the 7th Order Black Ink disciple responsible for setting up the Grand Array. Once Di Wu heard what was said, he revealed a happy expression and nodded subtly. While Xianxia was moving around the ancestral land, the killing array linked to the Grand Array surrounding the ancestral land didn't stop, and was constantly sending lightning bolts towards him. It was a pity that this Grand Array's primary function was to act as a heaven-sealing earth-locking barrier. Though it had a killing array embedded inside, it wasn't very powerful, so Xianxia could easily dodge its attacks. With Xianxia's current strength, only a Grand Array set by a great Grandmaster in the Tao of Spirit Arrays could completely incapacitate him. A Spirit Array set up by a few 7th Order Black Ink disciples with mediocre achievements in the Tao of Spirit Arrays naturally wasn't as profound. As the chase continued, the ancestral land suddenly became covered in mist. This mist wasn't that dense in the beginning, but as time passed, it became denser and denser until visibility became essentially zero. Even divine sense was restricted to only being able to extend 100 meters from an individual. All of that was because the Grand Array had changed. Since the killing array was useless, they had switched it for a trapping array. Xianxia couldn't help but slow down and carefully probe his surroundings. There were sounds of wind blowing, birds chirping, and a vague sound of a cry and howl. Knowing that all these were disturbances generated by the Spirit Array, he couldn't help but snicker. Everyone, including the Black Ink clan, knew that Xianxia was proficient in the Tao's time and space, but very few knew he had dabbled in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. Of course, His attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays weren't particularly high and were all gained from his experiences in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. Back then, there were grand Tao rivers of all kinds flowing inside the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, and Xianxia had absorbed and refined many of them. Xianxia had taken so many Tao rivers with different great Taos filled with Tao essence into his small universe that talents in all kinds of different grand Taos were now born in the void continent. If Xianxia only relied on these shallow attainments, he wouldn't be able to see through this trapping array. But that wasn't all he had to rely on. He closed both eyes, and when he opened them next, a golden cross flashed across his left pupil. The demon eye of annihilation was an eye secret technique he inherited from Myriad Demon's cave heaven. It could see through all illusions and was rumored to be able to see the past and tell the future once cultivated to its extreme. Xianxia didn't have any intentions of seeing the past and looking into the future, but the demon eye of annihilation's ability to see through illusions was the perfect thing to unravel spirit arrays. With this secret technique active, Xianxia was able to see through the mist and get a clear view of his surroundings. Even though he hadn't reached the point where he wasn't affected by the mist at all, it was enough to help him in this situation. If the Black Ink clan had placed their hopes on this trapping array to restrict his movements, they had made the wrong choice. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to reveal his secrets though, so he wore a gloomy look on his face and slowed down his actions so that he could test the Black Ink clan and learn more about their situation. Soon, he saw the royal lord had stopped near the border of the grand array, seemingly ordering some kind of attack while looking in his direction with murderous intent filling his face. But Xianxia noticed the royal lord didn't intend to charge right at him, which surprised him as he didn't know what the other party was worried about. Diwu was indeed worried. Despite knowing that Xianxia wasn't a true divine dragon, when they exchanged moves earlier, he had fully experienced how strong Xianxia was. Adding on to the invisible suppression from the ancestral land, Diwu wasn't confident he could kill Xianxia without being injured. To a Black Ink clansman, being injured was a troublesome thing. They could endure minor injuries, but they would have to hibernate inside a Black Ink nest if they got seriously wounded. Diwu couldn't accept the idea of having to hibernate and recuperate after his first battle as a pseudo-royal lord. Moreover, Xianxia had a strange method to attack one's soul, and he had yet to use it. So Diwu thought that he had to wear down Xianxia's strength and means before he could deal the finishing blow. Otherwise, if he were attacked with that technique, he couldn't be sure whether he could make it out of this conflict alive. In the meantime, Xianxia saw 4 figures quickly arrive beside Diwu. They were the 4 that formed the 4 symbols formation. Soon after that, another 4 innate territory lords appeared. This scene shocked Xianxia. He didn't notice the other 4 territory lords before, and couldn't help but secretly exclaim at how determined the Black Ink clan was. When he was circling the ancestral land earlier, trying to investigate the Grand Array, he saw at least 10 innate territory lords maintaining its operation from the outside. Adding on the 8 territory lords before him, and perhaps a few that were still hiding, didn't that mean the Black Ink clan had sent a royal lord and more than 20 territory lords to deal with him? When faced with such a lineup, even a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would find it difficult to handle, let alone an 8th Order Master like himself. Xianxia soon learned that wasn't all though, for the Black Ink clan had also apparently deployed a massive Black Ink clan army as well. Moments later, the Black Ink clan army mustered their courage to charge into the mist under the Black Ink clan master's orders. It was obvious that they were planning to exhaust Xianxia using these cannon fodder. What's more, there might still be other arrangements on the Black Ink clan side that Xianxia was unaware of as of yet. Inside the mist, Xianxia pretended to be disoriented as he walked around in circles, acting like a headless fly. When he tried to escape the mist by flying into the sky, he couldn't. Also, he failed when he tried to dive down and hide inside the ancestral land. This spirit array was actually quite good, which showed that those few 7th Order Black Ink disciples did have some talent in the Tao of Spirit arrays, or else the Royal Lord wouldn't have looked so highly upon them. Just as Xianxia was looking dazed and dizzy, the Black Ink clan army that had charged into the mist surrounded him. Immediately afterwards, the feudal lords followed the instructions of the 7th Order Black Ink disciple operating the spirit array and swarmed towards Xianxia. A battle immediately broke out. A long spear swept back and forward, sending out spear strikes like a dense rain. Immediately after, black blood spurted everywhere as bodies exploded into pieces. With Yang Kai's current strength, how could that army of Black Ink clan cannon fodder defeat him when the strongest among them were just feudal lords? To put it bluntly, with sufficient time, Yang Kai alone could wipe out these 10 million Black Ink clan troops. Group after group of Black Ink clansmen were killed, and the speed at which lives were lost was unimaginably fast. On the ground, the fresh black blood had gathered into a pool, which then became a river, and soon began to look like an ocean, one filled with the broken corpses of Black Ink clansmen. Yang Kai killed methodically, without feeling any kind of joy or frustration. Since the royal lord was willing to sacrifice these Black Ink clansmen, Yang Kai was more than willing to oblige. The more Black Ink clansmen he killed here, the fewer the humans had to face on the battlefields. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100, 000. Yang Kai's spear never stopped. In the beginning, Yang Kai moved around to more efficiently slaughter his enemies, but as time wore on, he could no longer be bothered exerting himself like that and simply stood in place while allowing the Black Ink clan army to come to him. The scene resembled water splashing onto a rock that was blocking a river, which was an astonishing sight to see. So many had died so quickly that the Black Ink clan army would have broken and routed if not for the territory lords and royal lord overseeing them, forcing them to continue. No one could maintain their calm when facing a hopeless battle. The humans couldn't, and neither could the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan soldiers attacking from all directions couldn't even get within 1,000 meters of Yang Kai. No matter whether it was a feudal lord, a high-rank Black Ink clansman, or low-rank Black Ink clan member, they perished with a single swing of the spear. Under such desperation, the Black Ink clan army's morale soon crumbled. However, the royal lord and many territory lords were watching them from the outside, so they dared not retreat and could only force themselves to continue charging forward. A day later, Yang Kai's kill count had grown from 100,000 to 200,000. The breath Yang Kai let out was so intensely hot that it seemed like it was about to burn a hole through the void. The hand he held his spear with was still as firm as ever. A few days later, 200,000 became 500,000. Half of the million Black Ink clansmen that came to the ancestral land had died, causing the battlefield to reek of blood. Under Di Wu and the other territory lords' gazes, Yang Kai's speed finally began slowing down. He was sweating profusely, and his complexion seemed a little pale. Di Wu was satisfied with what he saw. If he could exchange 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers for Yang Kai's life, he would do it without a frown. Moreover, if he succeeded and returned to the no-return pass, rather than punish him, the royal lord would certainly reward him. 1 million lower Black Ink clansmen was nothing because as long as they had Black Ink nests and resources, they could easily produce more such soldiers. On the other hand, how many innate territory lords had died at the hands of Yang Kai over the years? Innate territory lords came from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, so each one killed meant there was one permanently lost. Therefore, 1 million Black Ink clansmen couldn't compare to even one innate territory lord. Since Di Wu had great understanding of the human's open heaven realm, he knew that a human's strength came from his or her small universe. The stronger the heritage of the small universe, the stronger the human was. But the strength inside a human's small universe wasn't inexhaustible. Yang Kai had been fighting alone, non-stop for days and had killed over 500,000 Black Ink clansmen, so he must have consumed a lot of energy. It's time. As Di Wu thought so, he didn't hesitate and flew straight into the mist. Then, he followed a 7th-order Black Ink disciple's directions and silently advanced towards his target. Meanwhile, the 8 territory lords noticed the situation and mustered their courage to follow behind Di Wu. Although Yang Kai was killing the Black Ink clan soldiers, he still noticed these external movements and couldn't help but frown. It seemed like things weren't moving according to his plan. He was feigning lethargy right now. To him, the best outcome here would be to lure a few territory lords over so that he could kill them first and weaken the Black Ink clan's overall strength. But the royal lord didn't act as Yang Kai expected, and instead led 8 territory lords against him all at once. At that moment, Yang Kai felt a huge sense of danger as he quickly revised his plans. This trapping array couldn't hold him, as he could see through it quite easily, but there was no use in simply overcoming the trapping array because the ancestral land was still sealed by the heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array. Since he couldn't escape, would he have to play the game of cat and mouse with the Black Ink clan masters again? Of course, he wasn't willing to waste his time doing so. What's more, he understood that it was better to kill a single territory lord than a million Black Ink clan soldiers. In an instant, Xianxia calmed down. Since the territory lords dared to come over, he had to let them know the consequences of their actions. If he missed this opportunity, he might not get another one. Having determined his next course of action, Xianxia pretended to be even weaker. The 8 territory lords had split into 2 teams and hid within the Black Ink clan army, concealing their auras while nearing Xianxia. 4 of them were mixed within the army while 4 remained on the outskirts. Meanwhile, the royal lord was hiding even further away, silently watching Xianxia's every move, as if he were a predator hiding in the dark, waiting to pounce. As the distance between them decreased, the 4 territory lords nearest to Xianxia began secretly linking their auras. Xianxia knew it was time for him to act, because once those 4 territory lords linked together, they could easily form a battle formation. By then, it would be much harder for Xianxia to kill them. As the thought came to his mind, Xianxia's murderous intent flared up. Instantly, whether it was Diwu or the 8 territory lords, all of them could clearly sense the sudden change in Xianxia. He was radiating a dangerous aura and the paleness on his face had vanished. That sudden change caught them off guard. Diwu immediately stared in the direction Xianxia was standing, and although there was a dense layer of fog between them, he could see a pair of black eyes looking right at him. In the next instant, an endless darkness enveloped him. Almost instantly, Diwu felt like he had fallen into an abyss that contained not even the tiniest bit of light. He seemed to be alone in the universe, and even his senses failed to detect anything around him. It was one of the 2 core eye secret techniques of the myriad demons' heaven, the Black Purgatory Eye. If Xianxia had enough proficiency in this secret technique, he could engulf Diwu in such deep darkness that he could never escape and could be easily killed. Of course, Xianxia's proficiency in this secret technique wasn't nearly high enough for him to do that. Moreover, there was a huge gap between their raw strengths, so it only took a moment before the darkness around Diwu to quickly disappear and the latter to regain his senses. The moment light returned, however, Diwu trembled and let out a pained roar. His voice sounded so agonizing that it frightened all who heard it. Also, his Black Ink strength was being released uncontrollably and all the Black Ink clan soldiers struck by it perished, wiping out the Black Ink clan army within a 10-kilometer radius around him. Diwu felt like a needle had pierced into his head, making him feel immense pain as his body and mind shivered. It was as though that invisible needle was constantly tearing into his soul. At that moment, he felt like his thoughts froze and he became unable to think clearly. He finally understood how the other Black Ink clansmen felt when Xianxia attacked them with his mysterious soul secret technique, and also why those innate territory lords would get killed right after encountering Xianxia. When he first heard about these stories, he thought those dead territory lords were too weak and careless, but now that he had experienced it himself, he realized that those territory lords were neither of those things. It was simply because no one could endure such sudden and excruciating pain. Diwu shouldn't have suffered such intense pain because since the Black Ink clan found out about Xianxia's strange soul secret technique, all territory lords who encountered Xianxia would quickly use their strength to protect their soul. Only by doing that could they best weaken the effects of this insidious secret technique. Diwu naturally did so as well, but the Black Purgatory Eye caused him to lose all his senses and disrupted his focus. Although he recovered quickly, he had lowered the defenses of his soul for a brief moment. Without protection against the soul-rending thorn, the consequences were extremely painful. Even a pseudo-royal lord like Diwu found it hard to endure. At the same time Diwu screamed in pain, for other screams rang out as well. Those screams came from the 4 territory lords nearest to Xianxia, who were about to form a battle formation. Xianxia used the element of surprise and sent out 5 soul-rending thorns in quick succession, 1 at Diwu and the other 4 at the closest territory lords. That was his limit. Using any more soul-rending thorn would cause him to lose consciousness. Even at this moment, Xianxia felt dizzy and was seeing stars. Fortunately, he had experienced this many times and had long grown used to it. Now, the intense pain in his head even had the effect of keeping him awake. A royal lord couldn't bear such pain, but Yang Kai was used to it. No one's success was without reason, as only by withstanding constant tempering could a person achieve great things. Yang Kai's figure still floated atop the mountain of corpses. But that was only an after-image, as his true body had already reached the territory lord nearest to him. Then, he smashed apart that territory lord's head with one spear thrust. Following that, a second territory lord fell. Yang Kai struck out at the third territory lord, but he failed to kill him in one stroke. Territory lords weren't so easily killed. When the four territory lords approached Yang Kai, they had paid attention to protecting their souls. So although the soul-rending thorns were powerful, the territory lords could greatly decrease the damage they took by taking precautions. They would still feel pain and have a blurry conscience, but they wouldn't completely freeze up and become easy targets. Still, this scenario was a testament to Yang Kai's cunning and ruthlessness. Before the four territory lords could form a battle formation, Yang Kai launched a preemptive strike. With most of their focus on linking their auras to successfully form the battle formation, they never expected Yang Kai to launch a sneak attack. They had thought that Yang Kai was completely trapped in the spirit array and hadn't noticed them silently approaching. How could they have known that Yang Kai had been carefully monitoring their every move? What happened was the outcome when someone schemed against the unexpected. This was a desperate gambit within a hopeless battle. The entire ancestral land had been sealed with no way to escape, and there were many Black Ink clan masters here, leaving Yang Kai with no chance of escape or victory on his own. However, the original predicament changed because of the enemy's trapping array. A real master needed the ability to turn even the enemy's advantage into their own. If one only had brawn but no brain, they would forever be a reckless fool. That was why Yang Kai was the army commander of profound nether territory, while Ouyang Lai could only be a division commander who had to obey Yang Kai's orders. It was this quality that was valued by the Supreme Headquarters and why they entrusted Yang Kai with such an important role. In an instant, two powerful innate territory lords had died and their four symbols formation couldn't be linked. The third territory lord regained his senses when being attacked, which was why he barely managed to block Yang Kai's strike. However, he was still run through by the Azure Dragon Spear, and when a burst of world force followed up, his body was still split in two, killing him. Like a fierce tiger, Yang Kai lunged at the fourth territory lord. It was only then that the other four territory lords outside finally reacted. But after recovering from their initial shock, they seemed hesitant. The situation before them was different from what they imagined. Having heard of Yang Kai's fierce reputation, those four territory lords didn't immediately know how to react. Luckily for them, Diwu had finally gathered his wits, and when he noticed the obvious signs of territory lords dying, he was shocked and furious while roaring, "Kill him!" After Diwu gave the order, the four territory lords forced themselves to charge towards Yang Kai. But before they reached him, they were forced back by a storm of secret techniques. At that moment, those four territory lords quickly joined their auras, wanting to form a battle formation. In the meantime, Yang Kai was exchanging a third attack with the fourth territory lord, whom he hit with a soul-rending thorn. His assault grew fiercer with every swing of the Azure Dragon Spear. It was purely a release of raging power without any form of technique. The pain coming from Yang Kai's soul made his expression fiercer and more horrifying by the moment, and his behavior also grew more vicious and ruthless. It had only been 3 breaths of time since he began his counterattack. He first used the Black Purgatory Eye to disrupt Diwu's senses, then sent out 5 soul-rending thorns before killing 3 territory lords. The change in situation was so fast that it was difficult to comprehend. Only by acting faster than the enemy could Yang Kai maximize the advantages of his plan. The 4th territory lord barely managed to resist Yang Kai's 3rd spear attack, but the same could not be said for the 4th. With a great thrust, the black ink cloud before him dispersed, revealing his unprotected body. This territory lord didn't last long because he was stronger than his 3 companions, but rather because he was the last to be targeted by Yang Kai. The first territory lord to get killed wasn't expecting the attack and didn't protect himself, but the 4th territory lord was prepared. which was why he could resist 3 spear attacks before succumbing. When Xianxia arrived at the ancestral land 300 years ago, he killed a territory lord in his prime with 3 attacks. There were some elements of opportunistic trickery and verbal incitement, but it still showed how strong Xianxia was. Now, even though his order hadn't changed after these 3 centuries, the heritage in his small universe had become a bit stronger. What really changed, however, was the increase of power in his dragon vein and his attainment in the Tao of Time, allowing Xianxia to confidently say he was twice as powerful as he was 300 years ago. Furthermore, those territory lords had been hit by soul-rending thorns, so they couldn't exert their full strength while their minds were in a blurred state. That was why the 4th territory lord couldn't avoid the 4th spear attack. All he felt was a deadly aura enveloping him and a huge sense of fear filling his entire body, replacing most of the pain in his soul. Never had he felt so close to death. Save! When he opened his mouth to speak the first word, the azure dragon spear had already pierced the protective layer of black ink strength he created and stabbed through his wide-open mouth. The territory lord's last word was stuck in his throat as space principles wrapped around him, destroying his last hope of escape. The long spear shot out from the back of the territory lord's head, leaving a huge hole in its wake. That territory lord's aura flared up before instantly melting like snow under the burning sun. Before Xianxia could pull back his spear, however, 4 very powerful secret techniques were fired at him from the other 4 territory lords. At such close range, Xianxia might not have been able to dodge these attacks in his prime, let alone in his current state. At the same time, he felt like his head was about to explode, and his consciousness began turning blurry as his thoughts slowed down. Meanwhile, on his face, except for the fierce expression he had because of the pain, his eyes turned dull, making him look a little dazed. Those were the symptoms of his soul being heavily injured. Many cultivators lost all sentience and sense of self after suffering heavy injuries to their soul. Luckily, Xianxia's instincts were still intact, so when those 4 secret techniques were about to reach him, he channeled his dragon vein's power and a patch of small, dense dragon scales appeared on his skin. The dragon scales made his exposed skin suddenly turn shiny, as if he were wearing a gold robe. The next moment, Xianxia was enveloped by those 4 secret techniques. As black ink strength burst out, a large boom sounded, and the world around Xianxia shook as he released a muffled grunt. Before the effects of the territory lord's secret techniques had faded, the angry Diwu arrived from behind and lunged at Xianxia. Diwu knew that since Xianxia had used his strange soul secret technique, this would be the best chance to kill him. Before this, he was wary of Xianxia's means, but now, Xianxia was like a toothless tiger to him, so he naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. At the same time, the 4 territory lords that had formed the battle formation exchanged a glance before quickly moving back while maintaining their formation. Since Diwu had made a move, they didn't have to do anything else besides keeping up the 4 symbols formation and preventing Xianxia from escaping. The truth was that they were happy to see this situation as well because they were still afraid of dealing with Xianxia. They were scared of getting killed by this human killing star, so they had no qualms about letting Diwu take the lead. Sounds of explosions kept ringing in everyone's ears while there seemed to be figures flying about within the dense black ink strength. Soon, a figure flew out like an arrow leaving its bow. The figure spat out a mouthful of golden blood in midair. It was Xianxia, and he clearly couldn't control his body. At this moment, he seemed extremely haggard. Not only was his hair in a mess, but the layer of dragon scales covering his body was also like a broken net, shattered and peeling off in many places. With the help of an artifact like the soul-rending thorn, he could easily kill innate territory lords, but that didn't mean innate territory lords were pushovers. Every one of their attacks was incredibly strong, so Xianxia didn't feel good after forcefully taking for such attacks. Then, Diwu came right after that and attacked Xianxia, rendering him dizzy and looking disheveled. The advantage of having a stronger dragon vein was evident at this moment. If Xianxia's dragon form was still 70,000 meters long, he might not have been able to withstand such a heavy beating. But now, though he was injured, he didn't lose all combat ability. This was the specialty of a powerful dragon vein. It granted the physical body incredible resilience. All the attacks were first weakened by the dragon scales before reaching the body, so the impact was naturally weakened. It was especially so for the 4 secret techniques used by those 4 territory lords. First, they were obviously weakened by the dragon scales before they hit Yang Kai. However, the effect of the dragon scales protection was greatly weakened when facing physical attacks like the ones Di Wu used. Following Yang Kai's haggard figure was Di Wu. He also flew out from the area covered by black ink strength while staring coldly at the pale figure before him, roaring loudly, "Yang Kai, suffer death." Yang Kai's expression became even more angered as veins throbbed on his forehead, his fury obvious to all. His original plan was to use the soul-rending thorn to kill those 4 innate territory lords, and then quickly escape from the trapping array before hiding back inside the depths of the ancestral land to recuperate. Once he had another few years to heal his soul, he would come back out and ambush the others. He couldn't kill the royal lord, but he could kill the other 4 territory lords. Also, if he was decisive and found a good opportunity, he could kill every territory lord that came, just like how he had on the profound Nether territory battlefield. Back then, he killed so many territory lords that they all trembled in fear whenever they heard his name. When fighting the enemy, it was best to leave nothing to chance, and it was natural to make full use of all of one's strength and advantages. The soul-rending thorn was now Yang Kai's trump card when facing territory lords and royal lords. Could be said that this move worked every time. All Yang Kai needed was patience, because someday, the Black Ink clan forces here wouldn't be able to withstand the losses and would take the initiative to retreat or deploy even more territory lords. Either way, it wouldn't be much of a loss for Yang Kai. That was his original plan. But even the best-laid plans often fail to withstand the first clash of battle. No one could predict what would happen next in the heat of combat. In the end, Yang Kai still overestimated how much his soul could tolerate. He thought that he could still manage to keep a clear mind after using 5 soul-rending thorns, and he had built the rest of his plan around that idea. However, after he threw those 5 soul-rending thorns out, his consciousness became blurry while he barely managed to maintain some clarity. To put it simply, though he could still think at the moment, his instincts were taking over and he was now showing some signs of falling into a daze. If a cognitively impaired person was attacked, they would either try to escape or retaliate fiercely. Yang Kai obviously gravitated towards the latter response, which was already illustrated by his behavior back at the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon. Otherwise, he would have escaped when he lost consciousness back then. That was why, despite having taken on 4 secret techniques from the territory lords and being beaten up by Di Wu, Yang Kai still glared fiercely at Di Wu in his battered state. Veins were protruding from his forehead as he widened his eyes and said through gritted teeth, "You dare hit me?" Hearing this, Di Wu was filled with murderous intent and turned gloomy after. What nonsense is he talking about? This is a life-or-death battle. Who else would I hit if not you? You actually dared to hit me? Yang Kai growled through gritted teeth. He was like a bullied child questioning why he was being targeted while suppressing the vexation he felt inside. Enough nonsense, Di Wu roared before immediately charging at Yang Kai. After the previous attack, he was sure that Yang Kai was no longer his opponent. Although he still needed some effort to kill Yang Kai, today was going to be the day of Yang Kai's death. From today onwards, the Black Ink clan wouldn't have to be worried about this human anymore, which was a great contribution on his part. While the thought flashed across his mind, Di Wu's expression suddenly fell because at that moment, Yang Kai's supposedly weakened aura exploded out. "Since you hit me, I'll hit you back." The aggrieved child was finally retaliating. Heavens and earth, lend me your strength. The injury to Yang Kai's soul made his mind become a little unstable, and the endless rage had influenced his thoughts into forgetting his original plan. However, he still had his natural abilities, so he instinctually knew he had to go all out when dealing with a royal lord. If his own strength wasn't enough to deal with a royal lord, he would just borrow strength from others. He was going to borrow strength from the ancestral land. What he did 300 years ago won him the favor of this land. Then, he fused with it for 300 years, which allowed him to look back in time and see the evolution of this world. Also, the huge amounts of ancestral strength entering his body had helped his dragon vein grow stronger, and allowed his dragon form to grow from 70,000 meters to 99,999 meters. Even cultivating inside the dragon pool for 300 years wouldn't have been so beneficial. The entire ancestral land had opened its arms for Yang Kai, letting him have whatever he wanted. Under such conditions, it wouldn't be hard for Yang Kai to borrow some strength from the ancestral land. When Yang Kai was only a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had used his identity as Void Great Emperor to borrow the Star Boundaries world strength. It was only through that method that he could deal with Zuoquan Hui, a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master from Thousand Cranes Paradise. During that battle where he used the Star Boundaries world strength, Yang Kai's strength advanced from 6th-order Open Heaven Realm to 7th-order Open Heaven Realm, which helped him solve the crisis he was facing. This time, though it wouldn't increase his order, he might be able to take advantage of the favorable conditions and advantageous position here to overcome his enemy. Moreover, this was what Yang Kai had secretly planned for long ago. If he were forced to face the royal lord, he knew he had to borrow the ancestral land's strength. It was just that his anger got to him, and he exposed this secret method far earlier than he wanted to. A loud humming sounded all across the ancestral land. The ancestral strength, which had been gradually thinning out throughout the past 300 years, suddenly became dense again. It was as though the ancestral strength hiding deep inside the land had surfaced and surged in response to that one sentence from Yang Kai. Not only that, the ancestral strength from the entire ancestral land was gathering towards Yang Kai's body from all directions. Then, the ancestral strength formed a layer of brilliant protection around Yang Kai's figure in the blink of an eye. While watching the scene, Di Wu felt his face twitch. It didn't matter if this change only affected Yang Kai, but following the increase in density of ancestral strength, Di Wu realized that the suppression this land had on his strength also increased. The most important sign was that he felt his black ink strength circulation become sluggish when he tried to use it. He only attacked after waiting 300 years because of the ancestral land's restriction on his strength. Before, that suppression was very obvious, and he wasn't confident in dealing with Yang Kai if he managed to lure the latter out. He only acted after the ancestral strength had thinned out significantly and the restriction on his strength was almost non-existent, so he never expected everything would change again with just a few words from Yang Kai. The original confidence Di Wu possessed was replaced with a sense of danger. Before he could think more about it though, a bright light suddenly appeared before him. It was Yang Kai, and he was actively attacking Di Wu. The pain in his soul and rage from being beaten had made Yang Kai lose his rationality. He didn't even use the Azure Dragon Spear and instead raised his bare fist and threw it out at Di Wu. At the same time, the dense ancestral strength had formed a dense protective light barrier around his skin and even fit to his fist. This punch was powerful and heavy as Yang Kai had used all his strength. If that fist landed on a universe world, it would undoubtedly be destroyed. Even a master as strong as Di Wu couldn't react in time as Yang Kai was too fast. Along with the use of space principles, Yang Kai literally instantly appeared before Di Wu. In his rush to protect himself, Di Wu could only cross his arms in front of him. The punch landed on the spot where Di Wu's arms crossed, and when it struck, Di Wu sank back and the black ink strength around him was scattered. Even standing mid-air, there were obvious signs that his knees were buckling and almost made him kneel. Realizing this, Di Wu was enraged and gathered all his might to throw a punch at Yang Kai's face, as Yang Kai was throwing his second punch. Right after throwing that punch, Di Wu gained an understanding of how much the ancestral land had affected his strength. The ancestral strength didn't restrict his strength too much, only shaving about 10% off his peak, which was still within an acceptable range. It seemed like the surging of ancestral strength was just an illusion and wasn't as bad as he had imagined. This wasn't surprising as Yang Kai had kept devouring ancestral strength these 300 years. So the ancestral land had been severely depleted. Even though there were some left behind, it didn't amount to much. Therefore, Di Wu only had to persevere, and Yang Kai's state after borrowing the land's power would soon fade on its own. If Di Wu's strength had been suppressed by over 30%, he would have to think about whether he should retreat now. With two loud booms, both fists hit their respective targets. Di Wu was sent tumbling backwards quite a distance while Yang Kai was sent flying away. Neither of them had gotten the upper hand in this round. In regards to absolute strength, Diwu was definitely stronger than Yang Kai, so when both of them punched each other, the force Yang Kai received was much greater. However, the ancestral land had dampened Diwu's strength somewhat while adding a protective layer that had weakened his attack further. As such, Yang Kai wasn't at much of a disadvantage. Yang Kai managed to stop his figure in midair and didn't pause for a moment before charging at Diwu like a madman. He arrived before Diwu in an instant and threw another punch. Meanwhile, Diwu was dumbfounded. He had previously fought with 8th Order humans, but never had he encountered such a situation. More importantly, his opponent seemed like he had lost his rationale and thus became hard to predict. When faced with an unreasonable Yang Kai's intense close-quarters attack, Diwu could only give it his all to resist. At that moment, the two figures flickered about the ancestral land, constantly entangled in a brutal brawl. The scene was extremely lively, with neither side acting like a powerful master would. This scene was captured by the eyes of the 4 territory lords at the outskirts of the trapping array, and even the other territory lords who were powering the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array, and all of them were shocked. Despite the scene looking a little childish, the territory lords could clearly feel the horrifying power being delivered by those attacks. Every punch and kick unleashed in this battle caused the territory lords to shudder. Has the killing star grown to such an extent? The fear the Black Ink clan had for Yang Kai basically flowed from the fact that he had a strange soul secret technique. Even strong innate territory lords could be crippled by that technique, resulting in their swift execution. That was why they would all quickly protect their soul whenever encountering Yang Kai. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan wasn't too concerned with Yang Kai's raw strength. Yang Kai was acknowledged to be stronger than any other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but there was still a limit to that strength. If they didn't count the strange soul secret technique, they estimated that 2 or 3 innate territory lords would be enough to resist Yang Kai. That was the objective and impartial analysis given by all the territory lords that had encountered Yang Kai, which also formed the general impression the Black Ink clan had of him. That was why Diwu felt like Yang Kai was a toothless tiger that would be easy to deal with after he used up his soul-rending thorns. Not only did Diwu have such thoughts, but the other territory lords did as well. They all believed this was the best opportunity to kill Yang Kai because if the latter managed to recover and regain the use of that strange soul technique, they would be in trouble. But when Diwu and Yang Kai seriously began fighting each other, the Black Ink clan masters finally discovered the horrible truth that reality was far different from how they had imagined. Though Yang Kai was indeed at a disadvantage in this clash, the fact that he could still fight with a pseudo-royal lord to this extent and not get killed immediately was a shocking revelation. Of course, the ancestral land's restriction and assistance played a part in this, but that did not diminish the astonishing strength Yang Kai possessed. It seemed like the past 2,000 years of cultivation had allowed this killing star's strength to grow to a truly unprecedented height for his 8th Order cultivation. The territory lords were shocked and couldn't help but secretly feel lucky. It was fortunate that this human couldn't reach the 9th Order Open Heaven realm in this lifetime. For if he could, even the royal lord would have had endless sleepless nights. At the same time, the battle raged on, and Diwu found a chance to escape from Yang Kai's entanglement before opening up some distance between them. Then, Diwu repeatedly used secret techniques from afar to target his opponent. Diwu had also noticed that Yang Kai's actions seemed a little strange. It was obvious that his mysterious soul attack had drawbacks, which caused Yang Kai to lose rationality and recklessly charge at him. This, to Diwu, was quite an opportunity. Powerful secret techniques were released from the pseudo-royal lord hands one by one, and that dense black ink strength continued to pummel Yang Kai, causing him even more discomfort and damage. Even the layer of ancestral strength protection was constantly breaking apart and restoring. Fortunately, the ancestral strength was still continuously gathering over, creating a strong protective layer around Yang Kai. Without entirely destroying that layer of protection, it would be impossible for Diwu to give Yang Kai a fatal blow. Occasionally, Yang Kai would also take advantage of an opening and appear before Diwu and give him a few punches. Whenever that happened, Diwu would feel extremely distressed. It wasn't easy to escape from an opponent proficient in the Tao of space, and Diwu was just lucky that Yang Kai was basically moving completely on instinct. Otherwise, if Yang Kai had used his space principles consciously, Diwu would have had to engage Yang Kai in close quarters even if didn't want to. The firm body of a pseudo-divine dragon wasn't something a pseudo-royal lord like him could compare to. A while later, Diwu saw that the protective layer around Yang Kai's body had been completely restored again, and finally gave up on the idea of fighting Yang Kai alone. He insisted on fighting Yang Kai alone until now because this was his first battle as a pseudo-royal lord, and his opponent was Yang Kai. Therefore, he wanted the credit all to himself so that he could enjoy all the glory before the royal lord back at the no-return pass. But since that no longer seemed possible, there was no need to force the issue. When he escaped Yang Kai's range again and threw another secret technique at him, Diwu roared, "What are you waiting for?" The 4 territory lords standing outside the battlefield secretly complained but didn't hesitate to attack Yang Kai with their secret techniques. Yang Kai had just steadied himself when he was enveloped by the secret techniques coming from afar. The ancestral strength gathered around his body instantly broke, and his figure flew out and tumbled like a sack. Right after landing on the ground and spitting out a mouthful of golden blood, Yang Kai became aware of the cool feeling in his mind, causing his consciousness to wake up a little. The soul-warming lotus had kept working to mend his injured soul this whole time, but since his soul was injured quite seriously, it took a while to have any noticeable effect. Yang Kai was confused by his current situation and the danger around him, but he didn't have time to think about it as several secret techniques were already flying his way again. Instinctively, Yang Kai wanted to use his strength to protect himself, but before he could, the ancestral strength, once again, gathered around him and formed a thick barrier. Unfortunately, even this protection didn't last a single breath before breaking apart again. Feeling those secret techniques landing on his body, Yang Kai felt his 5 viscera and 6 organs churning and an immense pain coming from his bones, a number of which were now broken. Yang Kai's heart sank as his blurry consciousness became clear again. Everything that happened quickly flashed across his mind, and he realized that he had unconsciously made a huge mistake and inexplicably caused this to happen. Yang Kai felt frustrated. He didn't mind getting beaten up a bit because his injuries would slowly restore on their own. The key was that he had exposed his ability to borrow strength from the ancestral land, which was one of his hidden trump cards. That was also what he was counting on to battle the royal lord. On the other hand, he felt lucky that he instinctively borrowed the ancestral land's strength after sensing danger. Otherwise, this situation would have ended badly. However, there was still doubt in his mind. Even though he had borrowed strength from the ancestral land, obtaining both favorable conditions and an advantageous position, his opponent was a royal lord, so he should have lost long ago. After all, a royal lord was equivalent to a 9th-order old ancestor. Also, Yang Kai had previously fought a royal lord, so he clearly knew how strong they were. Despite the fact that he could kill innate territory lords like he was slaughtering chickens and butchering dogs, he knew he was no match for a royal lord. Otherwise, he would have gone straight to the no-return pass and destroyed their black ink nests without bothering to try to maintain some random insincere peace treaty. The environment in the ancestral land had a certain degree of restriction on the royal lord, but Yang Kai knew he had devoured too much ancestral strength these past years and greatly decreased the ancestral land's heritage, which meant that the suppression wouldn't be too significant. In other words, the ancestral land's restriction on the royal lord wouldn't affect him too much. After carefully recalling his battle with the royal lord, Yang Kai suddenly realized something. Without question, the strength exerted by this royal lord was indeed at the level of a royal lord, but he seemed quite bad at controlling it. He had 100% of the strength of a royal lord, but could only exert 70% to 80% of it, making every attack feel like he was holding back. On top of that, there was also the suppression from the ancestral land's environment and the protection the ancestral strength granted Yang Kai. It was the combination of all these factors that allowed Yang Kai to stay alive until now. This guy must be a newly advanced royal lord, which is why he can't perfectly control his strength and why the humans had never heard of any news about him. Yang Kai thought he had guessed the truth, unaware that the real situation was completely different. If he hadn't been immersed in his cultivation inside the ancestral land, the Black Ink clan wouldn't have sacrificed 13 innate territory lords and a high-rank Black Ink next to create a pseudo-royal lord like Diwu. The Black Ink clan could create such a master from the start but hadn't done so until now. To the current Black Ink clan, every innate territory lord and high-rank Black Ink nest was indispensable. So considering the overall situation, it just wasn't cost-effective to create a pseudo-royal lord. But if they could use Diwu's strength as a pseudo-royal lord to kill Xianxia, that would definitely be worth it. Without mentioning the Black Ink clan's plan, Xianxia was now having a headache about his predicament. The trapping array had been completely destroyed, so the royal lord and 4 territory lords by themselves might not be able to stop him if he wanted to disengage. Of course, it was still impossible to leave the ancestral land because this world would still be sealed before the 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda array was broken. However, Xianxia didn't need to leave the ancestral land. He only needed to dive deep into it to heal his injuries. If he did so, the Black Ink clan wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Unfortunately, the idea of retreating now made Xianxia feel quite reluctant. His trump cards had been exposed one after another, so he would lose the element of surprise in the next battle. Since that was the case, he figured it would be better to just go with the flow and end this debacle once and for all. He made the plan to hide deep inside the ancestral land after killing the 4 territory lords because he thought he wasn't the royal lord's opponent. But now that he knew he was up against a royal lord who couldn't exert his full strength, Xianxia thought that there might be a chance he could kill his enemy here today. Xianxia was secretly even hoping for the royal lord to lose his patience and use his royal lord's secret technique. Back outside the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, Xianxia had killed a royal lord shortly after breaking through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, not because he was strong, but because many coincidences came together. His biggest opportunity was when the royal lord used the royal lord's secret technique on him, wanting to corrupt him with Black Ink strength. The royal lord's secret technique was something only a royal lord could use. When performed, it was silent but had an incredible impact. Even 8th Order masters couldn't resist and would immediately become corrupted. On the barren territory battlefield, a single royal lord had corrupted 3 8th Order masters, converting them into Black Ink disciples. It was those 3 Black Ink disciples who resurrected the Black Ink giant spirit got in the divine spirit ancestral land, triggering the collapse of the entire human battlefront. It could be said that the royal lord had made a huge contribution to today's situation where the Black Ink clan could fully suppress the humans. Without the royal lord who corrupted those 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples, it would have been impossible to resurrect the Black Ink giant spirit god, and the human race army would still have been able to bottle up the Black Ink clan on the barren territory battlefield. Although it didn't end well for that royal lord, the Black Ink clan had achieved their goal. A royal lord wouldn't easily use the royal lord's secret technique though because they would have to pay a high price. Not only would their strength suffer an immediate and substantial drop, they would also have to endure a long period of weakness. On the battlefield, such a situation would give the enemy a great chance to kill them. Outside the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, that royal lord had used the royal lord's secret technique on Xianxia, causing himself to become weak and lose a huge portion of his strength. Then, he suffered a direct hit from Xianxia's sun and moon divine wheel, while having his soul torn apart by 4 soul-rending thorns. Under such circumstances, his chances of surviving decreased greatly. Even so, Xianxia also lost consciousness and started a mad killing spree before winning. Back then, he was only a newly advanced 8th Order Open Heaven Realm master. Now, he was almost at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm and had help from the ancestral land, so his strength was several times higher than back then. If this royal lord couldn't hold back and used the royal lord's secret technique, Xianxia could easily kill him with his spear. By then, the heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array would become useless. However, Xianxia's anticipations were in vain because a royal lord wouldn't use the royal lord's secret technique unless they were certain of success or it was their last resort. According to what the Black Ink clan had learned over the years, Xianxia was fully resistant to Black Ink's strength's corruption. So Diwu wouldn't be so stupid as to use the royal lord's secret technique to deal with him. Moreover, a pseudo-royal lord like Diwu couldn't use the royal lord's secret technique. But Xianxia didn't know that. Realizing that hoping his enemy would make a fatal mistake wasn't plausible, Xianxia figured he could only create his own opportunity. After all, the ancestral land wasn't his only trump card. Yang Kai's consciousness had recovered quite a bit now, but he still pretended to be muddled. Faced with attacks coming at him from all directions, he roared in an aggrieved manner at Diwu. "You called for help? I can call for help too. Come out, my servants." The way he was acting was like a kid kicking up a fuss after getting beaten up. However, in the next breath, the Black Ink clan masters suddenly became gloomy. That was because small stone race soldiers suddenly appeared one by one beside Yang Kai, transforming into a huge army in the blink of an eye. They were densely packed, making it impossible to count how many of them there were. The Black Ink clan naturally recognized the small stone race. Between 2,000 and 3,000 years ago, this strange race was very active on every great territory battlefield. They seemed like they didn't have much sentience and had no concept of strategy or tactics, but they weren't afraid of death or being corrupted by Black Ink strength. Their presence had brought the Black Ink clan quite a lot of trouble during wars. Numerous Black Ink clansmen had died at the small stone race's hands. Following the continuous killings of the small stone race over the years, though, their numbers decreased until they more or less disappeared. Occasionally, some cultivators would bring out some small stone race soldiers left over from the various battles, but there would only be a dozen of them at most. From what the Black Ink clan gathered from the Black Ink disciple, Yang Kai was the source of the small stone race. In addition, Yang Kai had also used the small stone race when he attacked the no-return pass back then. The Black Ink clan initially thought that those strange beings had been essentially wiped out, so they never anticipated seeing such a huge bunch of them be summoned in the ancestral land. At that instant, the Black Ink clansmen stopped attacking while Diwu's expression became as gloomy as a rain cloud. This couldn't be helped because back when Yang Kai attacked the no-return pass, Diwu had personally witnessed the attack this killing star had executed with a similar small stone race army's help. Back then, Yang Kai seemed to have used some kind of technique and instantly sacrificed 2 million small stone race soldiers to form a terrifying explosion of purifying light that even seriously injured the royal lord, giving Yang Kai a chance to escape. Therefore, in Diwu's memory, while these small stone race members weren't that terrifying, the means they gave Yang Kai access to was frightening. Kill him quickly. Seeing that the small stone race army was growing larger and larger, Diwu immediately roared while retreating to put some distance between himself and Yang Kai. The 4 territory lords didn't need Diwu's order for them to go all out as they fired their secret techniques at Yang Kai. But by now, the space around Yang Kai had become densely packed with small stone race. Although those attacks killed and injured a large patch of small stone race soldiers, Yang Kai remained untouched. Hong long long, thunder came down from the sky, and another fight started. The territory lords and 7th Order Black Ink disciples operating the Grand Array had reactivated the killing array to target the small stone race army. Not only that, the Black Ink clan army, which had retreated far away while Yang Kai was fighting Diwu and the territory lords, came forward once again and surrounded the small stone race from all directions. In an instant, the battle between masters had become a violent war between 2 armies, further heating up the atmosphere in the ancestral land. The small stone race roared and pounded their chests as their desire to kill the enemy had been raging since they were summoned by Yang Kai. Since the 3rd time he visited the chaotic dead territory, Yang Kai had discovered that the small stone race nurtured by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were extremely sensitive to Black Ink strength, probably because they were opposites of each other. Therefore, on the battlefield, the small stone race would charge fearlessly whenever they sensed Black Ink strength and either kill their enemy ruthlessly or die trying. In the beginning, the humans didn't have a method to control them because of these characteristics. Once the small stone race were sent to the battlefield, they became like unleashed wild horses, which caused the humans to lose many more of them than necessary. Later, the humans began using a beast-taming method and an artifact refining method to control the small stone race. The situation had improved quite a lot. At the very least, the humans could now issue the small stone race simple instructions. The small stone race soldiers Yang Kai summoned just now obviously hadn't undergone any such taming or refinement. After he gained these small stone race members from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, Yang Kai just kept them inside his small universe and ignored them. That was why these fellows began running around after being let out, charging in the direction where they sensed Black Ink strength. At that moment, the scene was a chaotic mess, But Yang Kai just laughed like a madman. Die! All of you must die! Ha ha ha! A fierce battle was happening in the ancestral land. The small stone race's intrepid nature doomed them to have a bad ending if no one controlled them. Many small stone race soldiers charged at the 4 territory lords, but could not get near them because they were rendered to pieces of stone, scattered on the ground by the latter's secret techniques. Even the Black Ink clan army that came back had begun surrounding these unruly and scattered combatants. Numerous small stone race soldiers were being broken to pieces with each breath. However, large amounts of small stone races were still appearing around Yang Kai. It was like there was an infinite amount of them, impossible to wipe out. On the other hand, Yang Kai's laughter grew louder and wilder, as though he had gone crazy. Diwu had withdrawn his aura and was now hiding among the Black Ink clan army, cautiously observing the situation. The memory of the technique Yang Kai used at the no-return pass, in which he sacrificed 2 million small stone race soldiers, was still etched in Diwu's mind. Therefore, Diwu immediately retreated when Yang Kai began summoning his army to avoid being surrounded and experiencing the same tragedy from that time. Back then, the royal lord had been injured, causing his aura to drop by at least 10%. It took the royal lord a full 1,000 years to recover from that incident. So, if Diwu, a mere pseudo-royal lord, was hit by the same technique, he would likely end up in an even worse state. In addition, if Diwu remembered correctly, there were some powerful masters among the small stone race. The Black Ink clan had previously encountered a number of massive small stone race soldiers, roughly 1,000 meters tall, that had strength similar to that of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm master. Even though they had lower sentience and couldn't wield this strength efficiently, their attacks were still not to be underestimated. After observing for a long time, Diwu noticed that none of the small stone race soldiers Yang Kai summoned were 1,000 meters tall. The strongest of them all was only 100 or so meters tall, which gave them power equivalent to 7th Order masters and feudal lords. Diwu didn't take these small stone race soldiers seriously, and even the 4 territory lords currently in battle could easily kill vast swaths of them. As chaos swelled on the battlefield, Yang Kai summoned more small stone race soldiers. The 4 territory lords were in a better situation as they had formed the 4 symbols formation, so they only had to hold their ground and kill every small stone race member that came at them. However, the Black Ink clan army seemed to be having difficulties holding on despite having help from the killing array. Originally, 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers had been deployed to the ancestral land. Yang Kai had already killed half of them, leaving only about 500,000 of them. Now that the small stone race had joined the battle, even fewer Black Ink clan soldiers were left standing. Although the small stone race undoubtedly suffered greater losses, the Black Ink clan army would be wiped out eventually if this continued. Despite the disadvantageous situation, the Black Ink clan soldiers didn't dare to retreat because the territory lords were still fighting, so how could they withdraw? On the other hand, Diwu finally rejoined the fight, but his target wasn't Yang Kai. Instead, he was still hiding among the Black Ink clan army and killing the small stone race soldiers, his cautious personality making him decide to continue observing the situation for now. 4 days later, the 500,000-strong Black Ink clan army had been reduced to only a few tens of thousands, and all the survivors were soaked in blood and had unstable auras. Despite their discomfited looks, the surviving Black Ink clansmen all seemed excited. They won. They killed all the small stone race soldiers that came at them. During these few days, they estimated they had killed at least 2 million enemy soldiers. It wasn't because they were strong, of course, but because they had a pseudo-royal lord hiding among them. The small stone race soldiers only had masters on par with 7th Order humans as their strongest combatants, so how could they stand against a pseudo-royal lord? Diwu could kill hundreds or even thousands of small stone race soldiers in a single move. Moreover, the Black Ink clan had help from the Grand Array. The lightning bolts fired from above had culled many small stone race soldiers as well. More importantly, this was only the accomplishments of the Black Ink clan army and Diwu. Even though the 4 territory lords didn't kill 2 million small stone race soldiers, they managed to slaughter at least 1 million of them. The originally loud ancestral land suddenly fell silent, with pieces of stone scattered everywhere, which were naturally the remains of the fallen small stone race soldiers. Nearly 3 million small stone race were lost over the past few days, which was a huge number. Some time ago, Xianxia had stopped summoning small stone race soldiers and engaged the 4 territory lords on his own. His face was filled with rage, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. Also, his aura fluctuated wildly, as though he was not in a stable state of mind. Every time he charged at one of the 4 territory lords, he would be repelled by their combined attacks. He would have lost a long time ago if he hadn't borrowed strength from the ancestral land and had ancestral strength shielding his body in an impenetrable protective layer. Of course, the ancestral land's suppression of the territory lord's strength was also very important. Even a pseudo-lord like Diwu lost 10% of his strength, not to mention the territory lords. Those 4 territory lords felt an even heavier suppression of their strength and were now some 20% to 30% weaker than normal. If they battled Xianxia one-on-one in such a state, they wouldn't be his opponent at all, but since they had formed the 4 symbols formation and linked their auras, no matter which territory lord Xianxia targeted, it was akin to him trying to attack all of them at once. So, how could Xianxia win in such a situation? It could be said that the strength of the 4 territory lords combined, though not as high as a pseudo-royal lord like Diwu, was greater than that of an innate territory lord at their peak, which was also why they could stand a chance against Xianxia. In the beginning, the 4 of them were still hesitant when facing this killing star, but after battling each other for a while, they felt that Xianxia wasn't as strong as they had imagined. Or, more precisely, it wasn't that he wasn't strong. It was more like he had suffered a huge backlash after using his strange soul secret technique and now could not fight effectively. In the human's words, this man was now an idiot, so he couldn't exert his full strength anymore. This realization greatly bolstered the territory lord's confidence. Since the small stone race had all been ruthlessly killed, and Xianxia had fallen into this demented state, they had the confidence to slowly whittle away his energy and kill him eventually. The ancestral strength in the ancestral land couldn't be inexhaustible, so once it was completely drained, Xianxia wouldn't be far from death. Successfully killing Xianxia was an incredibly glorious achievement, and it could only be obtained once in this world. If the royal lord decided to create more pseudo-royal lords in the future, they would be the first in line to gain such power, just like Diwu. Of course, innate territory lords wished for greater strength, but they could only become pseudo-royal lords, and they would have to pay a high price for that. Therefore, the royal lord wouldn't create a pseudo-royal lord if it weren't a dire situation. Regardless, these territory lords wouldn't be able to get their wish because Diwu was the one in charge of this mission to kill Xianxia. He was turned into a pseudo-lord just for this mission, and now that things were leaning in their favor, how could Diwu possibly let the territory lords steal the credit from him? If that were to happen, it would make him seem too useless. After several days of secretly observing Xianxia, Diwu concluded that this human-killing star was an arrow at the end of its flight. According to the current situation, Xianxia couldn't turn things around. Diwu felt a little lucky that Xianxia had overused his secret technique, messing up his mind and revealing his trump cards. Borrowing strength from the ancestral land and the 3 million small stone race army were definitely the secret trump cards Xianxia had. If he were in a conscious state of mind and used those 2 methods to corner Diwu, if that happened, Diwu would definitely have been taken by surprise. Once that happened, with the strength Xianxia had revealed, they would most likely have failed their mission. At the thought of that, Diwu shivered. Although they had lost 4 territory lords and 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers, that was still nothing compared to being able to kill Xianxia. When Xianxia was blown away by one of the territory lords again, the light barrier made of ancestral strength around him became extremely dim and did not immediately recover like usual. Seeing that, Diwu didn't hesitate and dashed over like lightning. Xianxia was immediately thrown to the ground, and before he stabilized his footing, Diwu arrived. With a fierce explosion of power, Diwu used his hand like a knife and pierced through the ancestral strength's protection and into Xianxia's chest. Following that, Diwu roared, "Die! I did it!" Diwu suddenly felt a little excited as he could even feel Xianxia's beating heart in his chest. Wait, why is his heartbeat still so strong? While frowning, Diwu instinctively felt something wasn't right and looked over at Xianxia. He saw Xianxia standing before him, unmoving, his black hair hanging over his forehead, creating a dense shadow that covered his eyes so that no one could see his expression. Only his lips were showing, curled up in a meaningful grin. Diwu then heard something that terrified him. "You finally decided to come out." Yang Kai suddenly raised his head, and Diwu immediately saw a pair of bloodshot eyes. Those eyes were filled to the brim with ruthlessness and murderous intent, but there was no trace of madness in them. A trick, Diwu immediately thought. What he saw all this time was just what Yang Kai wanted him to see, making him think that the killing star was not in a conscious state of mind and had uncontrollably revealed all his trump cards. He might even be feigning weakness right now, making it seem he had reached his limit after being besieged by the 4 territory lords. All of this was just to lure Diwu out. But why would Yang Kai do this? Did he have another way to turn the tide of battle even from this dire situation? No matter what Yang Kai was up to, Diwu wouldn't let him use any more tricks. Just as Yang Kai finished speaking, Diwu exerted strength into his hand and stabbed it further into the former's chest. If he could pierce just a finger length deeper, he could tear apart Yang Kai's heart. To an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai, having his heart destroyed might not be a lethal blow, but it would still be a severe injury. But just as Diwu exerted his strength, a large hand grabbed his wrist and firmly held him in place. In terms of cultivation, a pseudo-royal lord was indeed stronger than an 8th Order master like Yang Kai. However, in terms of raw physical power, a pseudo-divine dragon like Yang Kai surpassed Diwu by a wide margin. Therefore, how could Diwu move when he was restrained in such close proximity to Yang Kai? Although Diwu had been stopped, he wasn't flustered. He clenched his other fist and threw a punch at Yang Kai's face. Before his fist could reach its target though, it too was seized by Yang Kai. A pseudo-royal lord and a pseudo-divine dragon were now standing face to face at arm's length from one another, locked in mortal combat. Diwu was entirely at a disadvantage because Yang Kai had the absolute upper hand when it came to physical strength. The excruciating pain coming from Diwu's wrist was something he had never experienced before. "Next time, don't make others wait so long," Yang Kai bellowed before headbutting Diwu. The aggressive force was like the whole world was coming at him, making Diwu feel dizzy and almost disperse the black ink strength he had gathered inside him. The sudden change rendered the 4 territory lords dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that this would be an easy kill for Diwu, but the results shocked them. In their flustered state, the territory lords didn't have time to think about anything else and quickly attacked Yang Kai with their secret techniques, trying to save Diwu. A series of explosions sounded across the ancestral land. Since the light barrier protecting Yang Kai had been torn open by Diwu, Yang Kai had to take on consecutive attacks from the territory lords with his own body. Although he had his own layer of protection from his world force, resisting the attacks was difficult. His body was instantly battered, and he kept spitting out golden blood. "Are you done? I've been enduring you all for too long," Yang Kai roared. Suddenly, a pair of bright but also strange patterns appeared on the back of Yang Kai's hands. They were the great sun and moon marks. An extremely mysterious force appeared from within the marks, which then began permeating out across the ancestral land. In an instant, tiny wisps of light flew out from the small stone race corpses. Those lights were either pure yellow or blue. When they first began appearing, there weren't that many at a glance, but in the blink of an eye, the ground and sky were densely packed with a sea of blue and yellow covering the entire battlefield. Some 3 million small stone race soldiers had died in this vast land over the past few days, and if Diwu had observed carefully enough, he would have noticed that these small stone race soldiers had 2 different characteristics. There were even numbers of Great Sun Small Stone Race and Great Moon Small Stone Race. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had spent years painstakingly nurturing these special beings with their power, and with the small stone race's nature of devouring and refining resources to grow themselves and breed new clansmen, it could be said that they were now living yellow and blue crystals, although less pure than the real ones. They had the purest form of yang and yin energy contained inside them. Despite being smashed, this pure energy hadn't dissipated, and if other small stone race members came across this place, they could devour the corpses of their fallen brethren to continue growing stronger. These 3 million small stone race soldiers weren't sacrificed in vain. Since deciding to summon the small stone race, Xianxia had been planning for this very moment. Never would the Black Ink clan have thought that the dead small stone race could still have such great power even after death. After all, there were only a dozen or so divine spirits who had the great sun and moon marks, and none of them had shown such mysterious techniques before on the battlefield. Diwu thought he had been careful enough, but the reality was that he would never be able to understand just how cunning humans could be. When he recovered from his dizzy state, the two-tone lights he saw around him made alarm bells ring in his head, and he was once again reminded of the time when Xianxia trashed the no-return pass. The black ink strength inside Diwu surged madly as he desperately wanted to escape from Xianxia's grasp. At the same time, he yelled, "Let go! Too late!" Xianxia snarled while using all his strength to activate the two marks on the backs of his hands. At that instant, the yellow and blue lights merged, causing the two colors to disappear instantly and transform into the purest white light. The light gradually condensed into a ball that rapidly expanded across the battlefield, like a great rising sun. Time seemed to have frozen at that moment, and under cover of the intense purifying light, the scattered black ink strength and black ink clouds formed from the massive amount of black ink clansmen killed in this battle were instantly vaporized. It was as if they had never existed before. On the other hand, the surviving black ink clansmen felt like ants that had been thrown into boiling oil, screaming and struggling, but unable to resist the erosion of the purifying light at all. The black ink strength inside their bodies quickly dissolved and their auras grew fainter. Those weaker ones were soon killed on the spot, while the stronger ones were barely clinging to life. At the same time, the four territory lords fired more secret techniques at Xianxia, but these attacks were severely weakened by the purifying light and lost at least half of their power by the time they hit their mark. Not only that, but the territory lords were also enduring the pain of having their bodies literally melting as the purifying light invaded them, destroying their very foundation. As for Diwu, who was right in front of Xianxia, he was experiencing the worst of these effects. Since he was the strongest and was literally being held down by Xianxia, the place he was standing was where the purifying light was the most intense. At this moment, the pseudo-royal lord was like a melting candle. The jet-black black ink strength was continuously flowing out of his body, which would then be neutralized by the purifying light. Fortunately for Diwu, he had mustered all his strength and pushed the knife hand being gripped by Xianxia further into the latter's chest just before Xianxia activated the purifying light. Although Xianxia wasn't willing, he was forced to let go at that last moment and quickly put some distance between them to avoid his heart being pierced through. Now that Diwu wasn't being restrained, he immediately flew into the sky, desperately wanting to escape the area being enveloped by purifying light. At that moment, space suddenly became extremely viscous and simultaneously felt like it was being stretched out infinitely. It was only for a moment, but it was still torturous for Diwu. It only took 3 breaths of time for the blast of purifying light to dissipate, but during that short moment, the Black Ink clan had suffered a terrifying loss. Diwu finally escaped the space binding and charged out of the area being encased by purifying light, but when he looked down, he felt devastated. The tens of thousands of Black Ink clan soldiers that had survived the previous slaughter were now reduced to less than 2,000 by the intense purifying light. However, even these survivors were like flickering candles in the wind, at risk of being snuffed out at any moment. As for the 4 territory lords who had formed the 4 symbols formation, all 4 of their auras had disappeared. Soon, Diwu saw Xianxia covered in blood, and in his hand was a huge head. That head belonged to one of the territory lords, and the expression on its face was filled with reluctance and disbelief. Obviously, this territory lord never expected their originally advantageous situation to suddenly make a huge turn for the worse. Xianxia was cornered and at his limit, but he suddenly regained control of the entire situation in the blink of an eye and even had the time, while Diwu was escaping, to kill the 4 weakened and stunned territory lords who were being tortured by the purifying light to the point of wanting to die. Xianxia seriously injured a true royal lord by sacrificing 2 million small stone race soldiers back at the no-return pass. Today, 3 million small stone race had died here, so how could mere innate territory lords withstand the resulting burst of purifying light? Moreover, there was also suppression from the ancestral land. If Yangkai targeted them in such a situation, where they couldn't even access 50% of their maximum strength, they were still doomed even if they had formed a battle formation. When the four eyes suddenly met, Diwu once again felt hopeless and terrified. He came here in full confidence, but suddenly discovered after this huge battle that perhaps killing Yangkai was an impossible task. At that moment, he suddenly had the urge to retreat. Now there's only the two of us. Yangkai casually tossed the head away as if he were throwing out the trash. When compared, Yangkai's injuries were definitely more serious than Diwu's. His soul was constantly throbbing, and his body was completely battered. Even so, Diwu's mental state right now was far worse than Yangkai's. Yangkai looked at Diwu with his deep, cold eyes while asking, "Are you ready to die, Sir Royal Lord?" However, Diwu just turned around and made a mad dash while yelling, "Open the Grand Array!" Since the heaven-sealing earth-locking 8 palaces Great Pagoda Array was still active, he couldn't escape without it first being opened. Once he gave the command, a crack appeared on the Grand Array, and Diwu immediately charged at it like lightning. But when it came to speed, none could match Yangkai. Diwu felt his sight blur for a moment before he saw Yangkai already blocking the opening while looking down at him. This scene stunned the Black Ink disciples and territory lords managing the Great Array, and they didn't know what to do. With this strong opponent blocking his only path of escape, Diwu steeled himself and gathered all his strength to form a black ink cloud before charging at Yangkai. Yangkai lifted his hands, and a great sun ascended into the sky as a golden crow cawed. At the same time, the full moon rose into the air, bathing the world in its icy glow. The mysterious scene of the sun and moon rising together reappeared, and Yangkai stood below them like a deity. Both Yangkai's trump cards of borrowing strength from the ancestral land and the small stone race army were just external aids, while the one he displayed right now was wholly his own. Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. That was a secret technique only Yangkai could perform because it was the extreme fusion of both the Tao of Space and Tao of Time. Even though Zhao Yibai and Su Yi could also stimulate the mysterious space-time strength, they were still two individuals and could never truly comprehend the essence of this esoteric power. Since Yangkai had first comprehended this secret technique, he had used it many times in battle against enemies he couldn't defeat through conventional means, and it had not disappointed him before. However, he had never been able to call upon it so smoothly and with such ease as he did today. Before now, his attainments in the Tao of Space had always been higher than his attainments in the Tao of Time. Even though he could still use the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, since one of the two grand Taos that it was formed from was stronger than the other, the technique had always been unbalanced. It was only after he came to the ancestral land this time and his attainments in both grand Taos reached a balance that something had changed. The sun and moon began orbiting around Yangkai as time and space principles permeated the air. These two principal strengths then began fusing together, creating a new space-time strength. Everything happened incredibly smoothly. It was only at this moment that Yangkai gained an epiphany. Time and space were originally two interdependent principles, so when they fused and integrated, they were just returning to their natural state. Space without time was like a tree without roots, or a river without a source, and time without space was only a vast emptiness that had no substance to it. Time was the imprint of space, and space was the carrier and root of time. After millennia of studying and comprehending both the Tao of Time and the Tao of Space, Yangkai was finally showing signs of gaining true understanding and mastery of them. This newfound enlightenment had immediate tangible benefits in how the Sun and Moon Divine Will manifested. Originally, the Sun and Moon Divine Will took the form of a great sun and the full moon rapidly spiraling towards each other as they shot forth, blasting out waves of space-time strength as they flew forward. But now that Yangkai had gained a deeper understanding of space-time, the sun and moon were able to fuse entirely and turned into a mysterious seal that was 1/2 great sun and 1/2 full moon. This seal was not nearly as dazzling and awe-inspiring as the original Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, but it was actually far more profound as it had condensed all the power which had been blasting out into a single point. With unstoppable momentum, the seal fiercely slammed into the black ink cloud that Diwu was hiding within.